The extent of the injuries to Governor Connolly is a closely shrouded secret at the moment.
President Kennedy is dead, Gordon. This is official word.
The President is dead. The President, ladies and gentlemen, is dead at Parkland Hospital in Dallas.
Truth is stranger than fiction.
Battalion 1 to Manhattan.
Battalion 1.
We just had a plane crash into Alpha 4 of the World Trade Center, transmit a second alarm, and start relocating companies into the area. Engine 1 out of Manhattan.
Engine 1, no.
Engine 1 out, World Trade Center, 1060. Send every available ambulance, everything you got to World Trade Center now.
That for 1060 been transmitted for the World Trade Center. 1060 for the World Trade Center.
It is obvious today that America has defaulted on this promissory note.
Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror.
When will you be satisfied?
America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world.
The truth is stranger than fiction.
The truth is stranger
than fiction. The truth is stranger than fiction. The truth is stranger than fiction. The truth is stranger than fiction.
Into the matrix you will be illuminated. Into the rabbit hole, secrets will be revealed.
Truth is stranger than fiction.
The functions of our government continue without interruption.
All right, you're live with Pete Wichert, and this is The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction. I lost track of the podcast, 34-ish, on Saturday, September 27th, 2014. I'm sorry for the delay. We were unable to get in contact with K-Rino, and we're hoping that he still calls in. But for the meantime, I'm about to actually get in contact with Brother P, and we're going to have him on quickly before John Ragan and Koerri Washington, and as well as Staff Sergeant Joe Biggs. So we have a big lineup, pretty much right rolling. I mean, I'm a little concerned with Kay. He was persistent about coming on. You know, he said he was going to do it for sure. So I'm kind of worried something might have happened or whatnot, but you know, we're doing what we can. And again, thank you for sticking with us. Sorry for the delay, but I appreciate that. Hey, Danny, you want to call Brother P back?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Yeah. So basically, we have a person getting beheaded in Oklahoma meat processing facility, and got plenty of other news to cover, but I wanted to give him the chance, not that there was a miscommunication, so but we had Brother P scheduled. I couldn't get a hold of him, so we're gonna have him come on and take K's slot for a half hour till then. John Ragan, Koerri Washington, and Staff Sergeant Joe Biggs from Infowars.com. So thank you, everybody, and I appreciate it, and I'm sorry. And
he has to call us. It won't connect to him.
Okay. So Brother P will be calling in. So basically what I want to announce now is I know I had some questions, fan questions, and thank you for that. What we're going to be doing now is Thursday is the fan question day, just to let you know. We also pretty much are going to be more like Saturdays, the interviews and guests, and Thursday we're going to try to make more like more news, get the news out there, more like our first shows like that before we started blowing up with guests. But here we go. Brother P, thank you so much for calling. I'm happy to hear from you, man. I'm a little disappointed, but happy to hear from you.
Can you hear me clear?
Yeah, pretty clear.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, now I can hear you really good. But yes,
okay.
So what's been going on, man? Basically, I'm sorry to have you on for such a short period of time, but I could have you on to about like 7:35 ish. Is that cool?
Oh no, I'm good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate is I was gonna tell K-Rino that you basically told me and backed everything up that he raps about too. So that's why I tried to have you guys both on the same show. But you got to move on, huh? But so what's going on? How's your week been?
Man, everything's been lovely, man. We went to the mall, took the family out there, walked around. And I hit you up and told you I was putting you on late because I was going to get back here after first Friday, but it wasn't up yet, so that's why I called in.
Yeah, I've been running around crazy today, but I appreciate you calling in. Just basically, I'd like to hear what's on your mind about the news this week. With we got that another beheading here in the U.S. I mean, and Ferguson. I mean, does that not sound kind of funny to you? Like even like say the most diehard cop in Ferguson would not want to trigger another set of just chaos. So Can you give me your take on what you think's going on in Ferguson? Like, who would do something like that, light Mike Brown's memorial on fire?
Well, you could imagine that even when the Ferguson thing was going on, they caught the dude. What's the guy from Florida's name who killed the guy in the guy's backyard? Just had the trial. He was acquitted.
Huh.
Zimmerman.
Yeah, Zimmerman.
Did you see they caught him in Ferguson?
No, really?
Yeah, they not caught him in Ferguson. He had an incident in Ferguson with two guys, and it just so happened that a cop was there. And this is just so weird. Like, what is Zimmerman?
Yeah.
He had guns in his car.
What is
like,
he?
What are you doing in Ferguson?
Is he working for like the feds or something?
You never know. This is the same thing with the dope game. In the dope game, like say I live in the county. In the city, you got the city cops. But when you come into the county, in the country, we got the sheriff and deputies. And, it's not that many of them. So basically, in the county, you can do what you want to do. Now, this is the problem. When the feds come in, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't know who's who, so you selling to people you don't know who you're selling to. And this is how it is in this situation where you don't know who's who. You don't know who's brainwashed, who's a plant. It's just like those movies, those Born Supremacy movies.
yeah. But
Jason Bourne.
Yeah. It really is. But I just found it suspicious because honestly, who would in their right mind would burn his memorial? Like it seems to me like almost like a false flag operation to, in a sense, stir up racial tension.
Yeah, but you remember when those dudes were supposedly on them drugs and was eating people down there?
Yeah.
You couldn't imagine that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You couldn't imagine that. You ever saw that book and that movie Manchurian Candidate?
Yeah. That's like you could really do that with people.
This thing is serious, man. When you talk, if you ever been, I've been under the influence heavy, and under the influence, drinking that liquor, unconscious. But I was still operating. Twice I've been unconscious where the next day people are telling me what I was doing.
When I used to drink, I had those days.
Could you imagine the psyop drugs?
Oh yeah, I mean they were already giving LSD and stuff out to people. So yeah, and you ever see the videos of the soldiers doing like they were like sitting at a table, they start like tweaking, and then they send them out to do like their drills, and they can't even walk like fast at all.
Yeah, could you imagine the amount of training and research that has been done on putting drugs and utilizing drugs to make people do what you want them to do?
Yeah, and on top of that, so subconsciously, just with the television, with music, like, whew, we're under warfare at all times.
Right. So when it comes to mass media, just how CNN, Fox, and all that stuff like that, in our country, innocent until proven guilty. But it's not that, because what happens in America is about public opinion. It's about how we're going to sway the people to the left or to the right. So some news get through, some news don't get through.
Mm-hmm.
So the news that gets through, you like, is this real? Is this fake? Is this like the scam? Is propaganda? So you don't know what's propaganda, what's real, and basically you really got to tune out of mass media as far as the pipeline, the legitimate, or what we call legitimate pipelines, the CNNs and the Foxes.
The corrupt news network and Fox.
You can basically look at YouTube, and see YouTube is still open. So YouTube, Twitter, and all this stuff, you can get a lot of news from looking at these sources because it's so full. Just like up right now, we having a conversation. We didn't know each other from Tom and Jerry, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And now we talking and sharing stuff. So this format is still a free format. Let me use a better word. Freedom format.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, we should enjoy this while we can. They already got the government kill switch in place.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I was just into some things the other day, and I was reading the scripture, and it was talking about how in the end times, in the great tribulation, it's going to get, people always thinking it's going to get better. It can get better for you, but according to the scripture, it says it's going to get so bad that God is going to have to cut the days short, or everybody's going to be done.
Yeah. It's similar to when Jesus came around. It's like they had that notion, you work hard and everything will be okay. Well, that's kind of how it was here in America for a while. It's you work hard and everything will be okay. But now, I mean, people have to work 3 jobs to support their family, and it's still sometimes not enough. People at Walmart, they're encouraging to get on welfare as well. I mean, why don't they just pay their employees more?
I lived in New York. I was in the union. And see, everything has pros and cons. But the pro thing about union is that they really do represent them workers.
Mm-hmm.
I was a bellman. I made more money as a bellman, put it this way, during the Republican convention, delivering newspapers for 3 days, and I was last man. Last man means I was the last one hired. And I was given this job. 3 days delivering $5,000.
Wow.
Now, if they pay me $5,000 delivering papers, they're not going to pay me to go broke. It's just like baseball and football. If a guy's getting paid a $28 million contract, that's all we see. He's like, man, how can he make that much money? And he's so how much are the owners making?
Yeah, you got to think about that. Yeah, it's just like the rappers, or even like rock artists. They think they're making now like getting $1 million. Think about the person who owns the record label.
Right, and believe me, you're not making no money like that unless you are a writer or a producer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Performers don't make that kind of money; they just perform.
Yeah,
they really only get fame. They don't receive fortune. The only people who receive fortune are producers.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like your artist, that guy, check this stuff out. This guy been doing it for a long time, so it's like. When you start to understand that, when I first started out, I was a writer. I was doing poems and all that. But quickly, I decided to become a producer to make my own music because I knew that by making my own music, I could control my destiny.
Yeah. Yeah. And you keep your name and the rights to everything and all that. I mean, you know, because you don't even realize most people that sign like that contract I was telling you that they wanted me to sign. They wanted me to give up my name basically too because it's in the show.
Yeah, they got the deals now called the 360 deals, and now a 360 deal is good when you have nothing and you ain't got nothing. You let me use it properly, and you have nothing to offer. But if you have some amount of ability to do something and you sign that deal, you sign they own every aspect of your life.
Yep. And that's why you see some artists switch their names, right? Like Prince.
Yeah, they change their company. They're like, I gotta be somebody else. But these guys are so slick because that's why this thing about slavery, they would think slavery's over because of Emancipation Project. Slavery has never been over because the difference is how we're treated. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How you treated. So if you're making minimum wage, you're still a slave, but you're given much better treatment.
Yeah, I mean, we're all slaves to the system, whether we know it or not. It's just being aware of it, you know. Then you could kind of break.
And biblically speaking, see, this is the thing about slavery. It's people who were slaves who had no problem with it because they were treated well.
Mm-hmm.
Slavery wasn't always just a bad thing. It's just that when it depends on your owner.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If your owner is cruel, you're going to have a terrible time.
Yeah.
If the person who runs your life is a righteous person, you're not going to be complaining.
Yeah, I feel you, you know. And a lot of people, I think it was Bundy from the Bundy Ranch, said that, and they try calling them racist, you know, like.
No, slavery, it's just it's semantics. And we're talking about CEOs, semantics, or plantation owners. It's just a matter of, is the CEO righteous? Will he treat his workers with dignity?
Yep.
That's what it's all about. And then you got the people like slumlords. Everybody's not a slumlord. You got some guys who run properties legitimately and they take care of their residents and their tenants. But then you got the slumlords. You know what I'm saying? You live there, you about to live hell on earth. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. No.
It depends who's over you.
The luck of the draw.
Right.
Yep.
Right. You get the wrong situation. Just families the same way. If your father is abusive, you about to have hell in your house.
Yeah.
But if your father taking care of business, handling business, you're gonna, you'll be well adjusted. But it depends on who's at the top of the game, and that's why our country. People say, why do we have the same conditions over and over and over again? Because the game plan was started from the beginning. I don't know if me and you were talking about this. We were talking about freedom of religion, and we was like, Christians, oh, it's such a great thing to have. Yeah, it's cool. We can basically do what we want to do in America, but freedom of religion was established by people who they wasn't necessarily Christian. The freedom of religion protects Satanists.
Yeah, it protects everything except like if you're harming something like Satanism, where you're like sacrificing, animals or humans alike.
I was reading about Benjamin Franklin. All I grew up knowing about Benjamin Franklin is that, electricity, and he helped form the country through the documents and things like that. But a lot of people didn't understand Benjamin Franklin was part of something called the Hellfire Club.
Yeah, in England, yep, where they went underground and there's prostitutes down there. They were dressed up like.
So imagine the frame of the country. So now you get this freedom of religion takes on another life. It's like, what's really being protected here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
So
Nothing.
It helps us as those who are men and women of faith to live in an area where you do have some rights and protections. But in actuality, when you really look at this thing, it was for the purpose was that those who practice something that might be negative can be protected.
Yep.
So if you look at a thing and when you start to see and hear spiritually, you can discern. You can make better moves.
Yeah. And honestly, I've been ever since I even talked to you, I've been trying to become a bigger and better Christian, and it almost seems like the challenges come more often when you give yourself to God than as when I was out partying, having a good time when I was younger. seems like I get tested more, you know, when I try to get closer to God.
Man, you will be tested because, you know, I've been in this thing for 13 years, and the real test is with you. The Bible talks about examining yourself. The real test is the war going on in your body.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? There's a war going on inside of us. So the process is that, you know, we mature, we go through this thing, and we get better and better. But it's our minds, the strongholds in our minds that keep us in. And I'm thinking I'm doing great. Like we talked about last time. 13, I'm preaching, ministering, doing all these different things, dreams and visions. But man, I can control my fork and knife.
Yeah.
So I finally, you know, almost died behind steaks and pork chops. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So always something you can do to get better when you get better. As you get closer and closer to God, like the light of the world, what does it say? Light is not going to fellowship with darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you turn the light on in the room, what happens? The darkness gets up out of there.
Yep.
And that's what Jesus said. He said, you're the light of the world. Like, everybody looking for Jesus. Jesus said, he said, I am the light of the world. Then he said, you're the light of the world. So when you turn that light on, when he turns that light on inside you, you really start to walk in that thing. Man, darkness ain't going to be like buddy with you.
No, they trying to mess with me. You know, I had my curtain fly off like when we were watching the show, and you said something, and you said something like about real powerful about religion. I can't remember the exact quote. All of a sudden, my mom and I are watching, the curtain just goes boom, and it was like way far from the window, upside down. Like I was like, you got to be kidding me! And that whole
Go.
No, just that whole last, like, you know, week, there's been some weird activity going on in my house, I would say.
Right, and that's why, you know, when it says, when this transformation happened with me, you know, I didn't have the Bible. It's a thing called being, you know how it says John the Baptist is like, I baptize with water, but one is coming after me is going to baptize with the Spirit and fire. You understand? So a spiritual baptism is when you receive power in order to witness, because without that power, you know, people try to play it like, oh man, that's just the horror movies. The devil, that's not real, that's phony. The boogeyman, no, demons exist. You know what I'm saying? And they have power.
Yeah.
So with that power is to deal with a more powerful being, and that's Jesus and his Holy Spirit. Amen. So when we go out here thinking that we're going to be with Jesus and all that, and these devils going to look at you like, who are you?
Yeah.
You okay? You want to fight? You want to deal with me? And that's the difference with this thing. You start reading that Bible. Like I said, I didn't read no Bible, and until they prayed for me, and now I could comprehend it, read it, and the more I did, the more I matured, and the more these devils got off my back.
Yeah. I've been. It seems like the more I do, the more they're on my back. You know, like, but what are you gonna do? I'll just keep fighting.
That's a walk.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I say it's a process. I mean, you're not by yourself. It's many of us out here. And the body of Christ is not no building. You understand what I'm saying? It's not a building. It's made up of those who are babies in it and those who are well mature, the elders in it. Mm-hmm. And what happened was we have so much confusion because you have like the Catholic or the Roman Catholic thing coming in with our priest, and this is what you got to do to become a priest. He'd be like, hold up. I thought we all were part of a royal priesthood.
Yeah.
That's what the Bible says.
Yeah.
What are y'all talking about? I got to go through some school and become celibate to become a priest.
Yeah. And then, you know what that was set in place for was back in the day when people owned land. They didn't want them to, you know, pass their land down to their son and whatnot. So what they did was they put that in so that the church could then come and collect the land after they passed away.
Right. People just don't trust the church. Well, imagine that the scripture says where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I'm in the midst. Mm-hmm. So you're like, man, what is this? The original church, the Acts church, didn't have this structure and all this. It was a Bible study. They
didn't want gold ceilings and, you know, all that. Yeah.
And that stuff is deep because we deal with secret society stuff. Everybody's dealing with, oh man, the secret societies come from these churches.
Yeah, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
When Dan Brown did the movie Angels and Demons, this whole movie was about the so-called Illuminati infiltrating the Catholic Church.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm surprised people don't see, but nobody deals with those things. This movie was a fiction movie. They made it up, but guess what? It was made up with facts.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right.
False story or an imaginary story made up with real facts.
That's what everyone should be doing, man. You know, is like
Right.
a lot of times you can't really say the facts and get published. So if you go the fictional route, you could kind of do that and get published.
Right, right. See, in my opinion, Dan Brown didn't start that. There was another two writers that wrote a book called Holy Blood, Holy Grail. Those guys brought all that out, but their book was not fiction. Their book was nonfiction.
Yeah.
You see, their book was nonfiction. And when you see his movie, Da Vinci Code, you're like, he got this from them. And that's why they went to court over that. You understand what I'm saying? But when you see this stuff coming up, the law symbol, Da Vinci Code and all that, what you're seeing is they're trying to control the information.
Yeah.
But Tony Brown Jr. wrote a book called Empower the People. Nobody read the book. But in the book, he exposes the whole thing. And you was talking about him with the Waco,
the Branch
Waco,
Davidians.
Waco.
Yeah.
And it was talking about definition, the actual Illuminati, the actual Adam Rice Fall, all that stuff. And because people get caught up in the drama, the hip hop, and all this stuff with, he Illuminati and he Illuminati. We talking about family.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
So they talk about he's in it and he's in it. Like, come on, man. Stop playing with this. This is actual historical evidence stuff, and this actually happened. And nobody wants to deal with that, because when you start getting, it didn't start in 1776. We're talking about the mystery religions, mystery Babylon.
Yeah.
And when you start getting into this mystery religion, then all of a sudden you start barking down other people's backyards.
Yeah, and on top of it, I mean the church. I mean, how many documents do they have sealed away, like for a reason too? You know, like
this is still all. Imagine you're talking books. When it comes to the real faith and stuff, if it's true, and I believe it's true, it said in the beginning God created the heaven and earth. So it's a spiritual thing. This is God's boom. Adam just here. So this is how it started. So there's no reading no book. You know what I'm saying? It said faith comes by hearing comes by the word of God. How can they hear unless they had a preach? This is something that was word of mouth. So now we have books and people have to study it. You do not have to study it. God can drop knowledge right into your head.
Yeah, you're right.
That's why people look at you. My grandmama couldn't read a book. I never saw her read a book, but I guarantee she's in the kingdom of God.
Oh yeah, it's all about what your actions are.
Spiritual thing. And you got these people that's when Jesus came the first time. Look what happened. Who was he fighting? He wasn't fighting with the sinners.
Yeah, you're right.
The religious men.
You're right. You're right.
And it's the same today. Who's got a problem with Brother P? The ones who running the pimp game.
Yep. And we had a guy, Dan Badandi, on Thursday from Infowars.com. He verified everything you were saying too. He knew about the cult. He's had his own run-ins, was in some things he said, and confirmed that. I mean, so we're hearing the same thing from different people from all sorts of different walks of life, and we all know what's going on. But how can we get the mainstream to realize this? How can we get
It's always going to be a remnant. Just imagine, everybody did like when Moses, Pharaoh let my people go, and that nation came out of Egypt. Everybody didn't come out of there. And then get out of Egypt and they get into the desert, they wander around and walk around for 40 years, and then only the children and Joshua and Caleb, and I believe the Levitical priests, they're the only ones that go into the promised land. Everybody else dies in the desert. So not get it. It's always going to be a remnant, but it's a spiritual thing. It's those whose ears and eyes are opened up to it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
There's a whole another world. That's why, go back to CNN and Fox. Look what they're showing us. They can show us all they want. I can go to sleep. God can show me something.
Yeah, you're right.
My sleep then is in the. I can read the Bible, and all of a sudden I see a picture pop off.
Yep.
You see,
And
I can receive revelation.
You
just
see
like
it like in your head, almost like a movie.
In my head, it's called the open vision.
Wow.
And I have, and what I'm trying to say is this stuff has been pushed. Some churches still deal with it, but most people are scared because it's almost like if I tell you that God spoke to me, you're like, oh my God, what? They're nervous, they're scared because look at the movies, Boogeyman, Horror Exorcist, and all this stuff like that. They make it seem so spooky.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So we can look at the statements and believe in the voodoo. Oh man, them guys they drink a little drink and get into the worshiping of the ancestors. And all of a sudden these voices start coming out of them. Let me give you that God can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
God can't speak to history.
And
Now, I'm gonna give you an example. I was a dorm director at a campus in Virginia, and for young kids, I was at the mall with my family, and my people are taking care of the dorm while I'm going. They call me. Mr. California, you got to get back to the dorm. There's a kid in here barefoot with a broom running around the lobby.
Damn.
So I get back to the dorm, and the young man, I see him, come and call the police. Police sit down with the young man. It's a black young man. The black young man is talking like a white man from the Harry Potter movie with an English accent.
Wow.
The police officer beside me begins to talk to this young man and telling him, asking him questions. The guy's answering him in the English voice, the white elder man English voice. And I stopped the cop. I said, Mr. White. I said, that's not him talking.
No.
And the officer got quiet. And then, because the whole time I was praying under my breath.
Yeah.
I knew what time it was.
Yeah.
So then officers, when we called the medics, and they rolled them up out of here. But when the world doesn't know how to deal with spiritual things, so how do they deal with it? Straight jackets and medicine, sorcery.
Yeah, and it's crazy how prevalent it is, and that everyone seems to, be aware of it. I mean, I kind of feel behind the the schedule, but everyone else has had a schedule on me on that. I was kind of ignorant to the fact until the last couple of years, so I'm trying to catch up. I've been reading like 30 years worth of material in the last like 3, 4, 5 years, but I always knew something wasn't right and the system was evil, but I didn't realize like how evil,
Well, okay, put it this way: the lady writes the Harry Potter. You see how thick a Harry Potter book is?
Mm-hmm.
I think she wrote 7 or 8 of them.
At least, yeah. I don't really follow.
I know kids who read every book, every word.
I know adults and several times.
Yeah, and when I was the one guy I'm talking about, he read this whole thing. This guy's going to a Bible study with me. He can't read the Bible.
Wow.
I gave it. He can't read, headache. And I'm looking at him like, and I stacked up his Harry Potter book. So you can read all of this, but this little book over here, it's because those books are spiritual books.
Cool.
But you don't recognize Harry Potter as spiritual because of, it's just fake. It's not real. It's imaginary.
That's true, but yeah, man, I got another guest, but would you mind calling in later if you're still up? I'll hit you back on a break. Because I wouldn't mind talking to you longer. I felt bad. Because I couldn't get a hold of you earlier. Otherwise, I would have started right away and waiting for Kay. So
nah, man, make it happen. Get your people on. I'm good.
I'll call you on a break. Danny, play the shortest break we have, okay? Because I'm running way behind schedule. But Brother P, everybody support him. Check his YouTube page out. He helped us out. The intro song we put up on our page. And I just, again, can't thank you enough, man. You're a friend. And like I said, one day when I blow up, you and Joe Biggs and Dalen and everyone else who have been supporting the show, private plane to Chicago, in studio, first class, all that, man. I got you. I promise, man. I just respect everybody for what you guys are doing for me. But thanks for coming on, man.
Don't do it.
All right. Thanks, Brother P. I'll talk to you soon, man.
All right, peace.
Bye. All right, Danny. Let's play a short break, and we're gonna have John Ragan coming up next. And there's someone screaming in the background here now. Oh, hell's breaking loose today. I'm telling you guys right now. But hey, Danny, just which Ron Paul one? We have a call. Hold on. So, Brother P basically was filling in for K-Rino. Hello?
John Reagan's on the phone.
Oh, cool. John?
One minute.
Hey, John, how's it going? Thanks for calling. I was actually just about to take a short break and call you. Sorry, we're behind schedule. The first guest, we couldn't get a hold of him. He was supposed to call in, so I'm sorry on that.
Yeah, the joys of live radio.
yeah. You know, it's I watch InfoWars. I see Alex Jones like, get this guy on, and like 2 minutes later he's on. I'm like, how do you do it, Alex? You know, like all the work we got to put in, you know, but I really do appreciate you joining us. Would you like to give the audience a little background on yourself and your website, financialstateoftheunion.com?
Sure. At the financialstateoftheunion.com, I've got an author tab, and there I actually prove a little bit of what I am. So many people don't do that. I've got
seen that.
the transcripts for my graduate work.
Your every degree, back, front, everything. I was impressed.
And I've also included one of my performance reports from each of the 3 assignments I had while I was active duty Air Force. And the only thing I've taken out of that are people's social security numbers, and there were a couple places in the documentation where I've taken out addresses. Otherwise, what you're seeing is everything on the actual document.
Yeah, so, I was blown away actually by doing all that. Aren't you afraid of like forgery or something? Someone's gonna copy and print out your degrees. That's the one reason I wouldn't do that. But I could see what you're saying. It shows, credentials. Hey, this is why you should listen to me. Whereas a lot of people just say, yeah, take my word.
Well, when you make claims, you need to be able to back it up.
Mm-hmm.
Because, to say that you've been in a top secret or above top secret environment, it's easy to say, but where's the documentation?
Mm-hmm.
And I've got where, that was my last assignment, working the nuclear planning system in the basement of the Pentagon. And my separation papers show that, the Pentagon was my last assignment. So I give you that. Education-wise, my undergraduate degree is in computer science with a business minor, which tends to be a bit unusual because most people don't do both sides of the aisle there.
Yeah.
And then I've got the Air Force military experience. After leaving there, I've got various different fields in the corporate world. And a lot of that had to do with accounting and financial type applications and reporting.
Yeah, which is amazing ad. I'd just like to add. So everyone should check out his website.
And then on top of that, I've spent over 10,000 hours in the last 10 years just doing my own research. And that doesn't count going back for that master's in finance.
You should get some credits, though, because I learned more on my own than I did in school when I got the little pieces of paper degrees, I mean, at least as far as history, because they don't want us to know the truth, So technically, I learned more reading on my own than I did most assigned books, with an exception.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of college education,
mm-hmm.
because you got limits there.
Oh yeah. Anytime I challenged, like say the teacher gave a topic we had to write, and I would challenge that topic, and I would have, sources, back it up, I'd get a D just for challenging it. But if you wrote a paper repeating what the teacher said, A+.
You know, that was one of my problems with English class. If your opinion didn't match the instructors, you were wrong.
Yep.
And I went with my opinion.
Same here. That's why I struggled in school until I decided to learn to, you know, I guess kiss ass in a sense. Because I had to graduate. But yeah, so how long have you actually had your website and you know, tell us a little bit about your book, you know, The Financial State of the Union.
Well, all of this started, it's hard to say exactly when, but even back in the Air Force, I was paying attention to what was going on financially because Congress had to pass authorizations for us to get paid. So at the end of the year, you were always paying attention. And you also noticed, hey, we're getting deeper and deeper in debt. And it was around 2007, I was, you know, doing my usual, you know, following different aspects of news. And I came across an article that talked about a speech from the president of the Dallas Fed. At the time, I believe we were still in single-digit trillions in debt, officially for the federal government. And the president of the Dallas Fed said that we have unfunded liabilities at that time in the good old days of $55 trillion.
Oh, that's it.
And I'm going, you know, gee, you know, we can't handle that.
Wow.
And that started me digging more and more. And another thing that happened, I was at the time working for Capgemini, which is a very large outsourcing firm. And the electric company here in Dallas used them for their IT outsourcing.
Okay.
And just before Christmas 2008, they said they're getting rid of that contract. But my boss said, don't worry, they like the job you do, and you'll have an opportunity to interview for your position. And that's true. I did get a chance to interview. Unfortunately, I didn't get it. But I was given an opportunity to train my replacement.
Okay.
So this is getting to be, I guess it was May 2009 when I found out that I wasn't going to be hired on. And the economy was not doing too good. And there weren't any IT type jobs that I could qualify for, but there were a number of accounting and finance jobs I'd have no problem doing, but I wouldn't be able to get past HR because neither of my degrees were in accounting or finance.
Oh, wow.
So I was able to use some Texas veterans benefits, go back to school, and get my master's in finance. Unfortunately, by the time I got that, those jobs weren't there either.
Yeah, it seems like that's how it goes. It's like they either push something or say, this is a good field to be in. By the time you get the degree, everyone else heard the same information. All of a sudden, it's the most competitive field to be in.
It's just the good news for me is I don't have student loan debt weighing me down.
Same here. Thank God for that. Yeah, I know a buddy who's 50 grand in debt at U of I with the same degree as myself, so I'm very fortunate.
But part of the reason I went into that field too is because I knew the situation our country was in, and I figured if there was an answer, I'd find it somewhere inside that degree. And unfortunately, I just found out more and more things. Even though the education, you know, our financial education in the United States is bad, even at the graduate level.
Oh yeah. Even before that, we don't really learn much about how the country's whole economic system works. We learn about economics, but not how the country, the country's system works at all. So it doesn't really make sense to me that that's not even included already in the curriculum of, high school kids.
It's like I talk about in my book, the education and experience I had by the time I was 30, which included, my undergraduate and my MBA. I'd gone through Air Command and Staff College, except for the last 2 exams. I completed Squadron Officer School. And even with all that education and experience at the time, I didn't know that the Federal Reserve was not a government entity.
Oh, there's Federals, Fed Express, for anyone listening who doesn't know that. There's nothing federal about them.
They're not federal, they don't have reserves, and they're not a bank. Other than that, it describes them perfectly. And I also didn't know what communism was. Because when you're in school, they start off teaching you communism is an economic system.
Yeah.
And as soon as you start the definition that way, you're already on the wrong track.
Yeah, you're right.
Because communism is an ideology. And it was in the early 90s, I was at a used bookstore and came across a copy of the Communist Manifesto.
Yeah, I've read that.
So you start reading that and you realize that what communism is slavery.
Oh yeah.
Only instead of the private slavery that we had here, it's slavery where you're owned by the state.
Oh yeah, and they make it seem like everything is shared equally, but the oligarchs on top, rape the civilians, for lack of a better term.
It's interesting. If you look at the 13th Amendment, where we abolished slavery, what it actually says is that it makes involuntary servitude, with the exception of punishment for crime, as being illegal, which means voluntary servitude, which is what happens when we sign all these debt contracts that we're in. That's perfectly legal.
Wow. So they found loophole already back then.
Well, it's all part of the big satanic lie.
And elaborate on that.
Well, let me go back to, I heard you talking about this with your prior guest, in the beginning. And I had coincidentally written this down on my notes as something I might be able to get to today. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And then it talks about, God said, let there be light. God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. He called that light day, the darkness night.
Yep.
And that was the first day. Now, that does describe that first day of creation. But I went in and looked at, what do those words mean when you get to the Hebrew words behind that?
Mm-hmm.
And, there's a secondary meaning there. The light, the illumination is basically everything good, including happiness.
Okay.
And the darkness is misery, destruction, death, ignorance, sorrow, wickedness.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't say God created the darkness. It says God divided the light from the darkness.
Oh, okay. Wow.
God created the day, which was good, and he called the darkness night, which, if you look at the meaning there, it means adversity.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Which I found very interesting, because if you look up Satan and go back to what the Hebrew word
the
means,
adversary.
It means adversary.
Yeah. Wow.
So when man was created, we did not know the darkness. So when we partook of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, that's when we learned the things that we weren't supposed to.
So Adam and Eve, back to Adam and Eve.
And it's basically been the same lives ever since.
And you think that the devil came in the form of a snake, or it was a person just described as like a snake because of the devil's deception?
Oh, gee, that's hard to say. I know there's a lot of history about a serpent, and that we're given so little to go on. And let me give you an exercise for next time you have a physical Bible in front of you.
Okay.
If you open to the end,
okay,
the last part of Revelation, and you stick the fingers of your right hand there as a placeholder.
Okay.
Then you go back to Genesis chapter 8, and you put your thumb in there, so that now you've got most of the Bible being held by your right hand. And depending on how your Bible's printed, you may not know which side to divide, because chapter 7 might take most of the page, and one page isn't going to make a difference for this. So take your Genesis chapter 1 through 7, pinch that with your left hand, and when you look at what you're holding, consider roughly a third of history has occurred since the end of Revelation.
Wow.
What you're holding in your right hand is roughly a third of history for one tribe in the Middle East.
Yeah, yeah.
And what you have pinched in your left hand is roughly a third of history.
Wow. Wow.
So do you think we're missing something in that very abridged version?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, even in Jesus' life, we lose most of his. I mean, what is like 20-some years of his life? Like he shows up, he's with his, working with his family, and then it just kind of disappears until he's out preaching and goes and meets John the Baptist. So I don't. there's a lot we don't know from the Council of Nicaea, and who knows what they burned that we'll never get to read.
And I think some of that was done on purpose.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Because I believe we're just now rediscovering technology that they had prior to the flood.
Amen. I agree. And I get attacked a lot by the whole alien community. So don't be surprised if you get a few emails after saying that, because I mean, I agree. They often act like mankind was just, stupid. And that all these ancient structures, the pyramids, things like that, just so happen to pop up in the same place or different places built the same way. I mean, it's not like every single person just randomly had this thought, I'm going to build a pyramid. To me, there had to be some kind of communication, and that would already put them smarter. Now you look at some of the buildings that we couldn't even build today with modern technology.
Well, let's go down another Wesley rabbit hole.
Let's keep going. I don't mind. Remember, you could say anything you want on this show. This is one of the few shows you could actually say any words or share any ideas that without even having a second, thought about it.
Well, when I first moved to Dallas, there was a guy in Rockwall, which is a city and a county just east of Dallas. And Rockwall was named such because there were like 3 settler families that had moved in there.
Mm-hmm.
And when they were sinking a well, they ran into this rock wall. So thus the name Rockwall.
Yep, I'm familiar with that.
Now, the structure is approximately 3.5 by 5.5 miles.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And they try to say it's natural, right?
Yeah. The wall is, when it was originally there, was 50 feet high. That is a very massive structure.
Huge.
And when I got here, there was a guy that was doing a amateur dig going down one side of the wall. I think they'd gotten down about 12 or 15 feet at that point. And he gave a talk at this meeting, and they also had an opportunity to go out and visit the site. They took 2 busloads of people, which is where I went to it.
Mm-hmm.
And these so-called rocks are not anything that is around the area. So if it's natural,
yeah.
spring up out of nowhere.
And there's like pretty sharp edges at points, like where you could see they've been like layered on, like in their steps. It almost appears like there's,
Oh yeah,
you know, that I just don't see nature just forming that naturally. Just like you said, when there's a different kind of material that it sits on there, you know, above.
Well, what got to be interesting is more digging occurred after we left, and they found things like stairs, and they said that these stairs were set so that they would estimate that the inhabitants were 7 to 9 feet tall.
Wow. Wow.
Otherwise known as giants, some of the smaller ones, but
Yeah,
still giants.
because the depth of the steps were like way too big for us today to walk up.
Yeah, it wouldn't be normal for us. You know, we'd have to, you know, step up, take a step, step up, take a step.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, and especially what they say is that we're growing now and that the people are actually shorter, so why would they build even bigger steps, you know?
So they also came across one of these stones that had 2 metal rings embedded in them.
Really?
And they had the composition, I don't have it in front of me, but one of the components of this metal was tin.
Really? Really?
Now, if you do a search for where you mine tin, there's, I think, only, you know, 3 or 4 places in the world where you have tin mines.
Uh-huh.
The closest to Dallas would be in Alaska.
Huh.
The next closest would be in the UK.
Wow.
So you've got metal rings with a mineral that isn't from anywhere close to the area.
Yeah.
Now, when they started digging down the wall, the first thing they had to do is get through this layer of green shale, which was laid down at the end of the last ice age.
Wow.
Now, we can argue as to how long time frame is, because I believe that science has really
Just
expanded what the ages really were.
Yeah. Yeah.
But for relative terms, they had to do that, and that's still not getting down towards the base of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And they had somebody, I believe it was from UT, come out, and they basically did a core down to the base where the wall was. And in doing so, they had to go through a layer of volcanic ash that was put down there at a time from when a volcano near San Antonio had erupted.
Really?
Now, that was the first time I learned that there were volcanoes near San
Same
Antonio.
here. Yeah. That's.
And if you go there today, it's pretty flat.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't think a volcano. Well, actually, believe it or not, there is like basically volcanoes that we don't even know about underground, probably everywhere. We just are not aware. Like when I forgot, I think it's by the New Madrid, they discovered a bunch of almost like geyser-ish, like from I forgot what it did. Discolored the ground basically. So it showed that when the mega quake went off back in the 1800s, that there were like basically lava, like geysers shooting out at places, which I never thought was possible. It's kind of interesting to think about that.
You know, talking about that area, have you ever seen John Moore's extreme climate change and the Navy map that he talks about?
No.
Well, one of the things that he discusses that, and this is supposedly backed up by this Navy map, that the Mississippi River will end up being 50 to 100 miles wide.
Wow.
Now, you don't put a bridge across something that wide.
Oh, yeah.
And that may sound rather ridiculous, but if you get on Google Earth and look at where the Mississippi's flowing today, you'll see where there was a channel at one time that was between 50 and 100 miles wide, roughly.
Oh, yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Do you think that came from the melting of the ice, or the from the ice age and the glaciers and all that, or how do you think that came about?
I believe it was there originally.
Okay, so where did the water go then?
Well, you have the source up there, the Great Lakes, but when you start tracing that big channel up, it disappears right at the top of the Missouri Boot Hill. And I got to thinking about that. You know, why is there no channel above there? And it occurred to me, there's no channel because of the glaciers. When we had the Ice Age, it came down and erased what was there.
Oh, wow, so I was right.
So I pulled up a map, and if you look at a map of just the last Ice Age, it doesn't fit.
Okay, so
But I found a map. But I found a map that showed the extent of the earlier Ice Age. In fact, it's called the Illinois Ice Age.
Really?
And when you look at that outline, you can see where it tracks part of the Missouri River, part of the Mississippi. In fact, it makes the V there at the southern part of Illinois.
Okay.
You'll see parts of the Ohio and parts of the Wabash.
Oh, wow.
From that earlier glaciation.
Wow.
So it was that earlier one that erased the track
of their previous. Wow. Yeah, see, I was never taught that, and I've taken environmental science, tons of science classes. Actually, I wanted to be an environmental like technician installing like solar panels here in Chicago until I found out it was illegal. So that's shocking to me that I never came across any of this information.
It's amazing what you don't find out when you start looking, and you don't even know what to look for.
Yeah, true.
And that's kind of like in my journey discovering the condition of our country. When I went back to school, one of the classes I took was a senior accounting class called Government and Nonprofit Accounting. Because I was looking at, there was like roughly 10 more classes I would have needed in order to qualify sitting for a CPA exam. And I ended up only taking one of those.
Okay.
But during that class, that's where I found out about the financial report of the United States. And had I not taken that class, I still might not know about it.
Destiny.
Because it's not talked about.
Destiny.
So that was one piece of the puzzle. And it was even to a point where I had just got my book back from my editor, and I come across IRS tax stats that talk about what the income is for the United States. And that caused me to stop and write another chapter because it's so critical to putting all the pieces together. And I guess to try to give you an idea of where we're at, I believe that almost everybody's seen the movie It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah.
And if you haven't, Christmas is coming, and you'll probably have thousands of times to have an opportunity to see it between now and then.
Yeah.
It's a great Jimmy Stewart movie. And in the movie, it shows a bank run on the building and loan. Now, the building and loan is a going concern. It had a liquidity problem because people came and wanted their money. Fortunately, they were able to satisfy those demands. But what we have today in the United States is not a liquidity problem, but rather a solvency problem. Solvency is when you're broke. You basically owe more than what you have.
Yeah, which is where we're at today.
And all this QE stuff has been treating the problem like it was a liquidity problem. All we got to do is prime the pump and everything will be fine. Well, that's not the case. And in fact, when you treat a solvency problem as a liquidity problem, all you're doing is making the matter worse and kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, yeah. And that's kind of what in 08, I mean, even though they gave it to the banks, they kind of just inflated it back up to buy time, basically. And it's going to eventually pop again. It's unavoidable.
And well, I know we're not going to have a lot of time tonight. So about the quickest way I can describe our situation is that if you look at just the unfunded liabilities of the Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid programs, just those three by themselves, in order to fix those, would take more than all the money in the world.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So, you know, that's kind of a, you know,
talk about an uphill battle.
You know, so you're thinking, okay, that's not good. However, we didn't get into this problem all at once. So, you know, if we have some people in DC that, you know, would just, you know, have some balls.
Oh, yeah.
That maybe we can get out of this. Well, the problem is when you see that number,
what can you do
for the unfunded liabilities, I think almost everybody leaves out a very important two words, because that's not what we owe. That's the present value of what we owe.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Now, for people that don't understand present value, let me put it to you this way. Let's say you have a family and you have a brand new baby and you want them to go to college, and you figure 18 years from now, they're going to need, say, $100,000 for their education.
Mm-hmm.
So you can go plug into a financial calculator, you know, 100,000, 18 years, how much do I have to invest today so that that's there?
Mm-hmm.
In essence, that's what we're looking at.
Wow.
You know, what we would have to have today to make these payments, rather than just one point in the future. There's various points, which makes the calculation, you know, more complex, but it's the same concept. In order to meet those future payments, we would need that amount today. Now, part of the problem is you'll hear different amounts. And what's in the financial report of the United States, well, since the current administration has taken over, if you look at the auditor statement, that part of the report is not being certified because it doesn't conform to GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. So when you see a number that's in the 70s of trillions of dollars, that's what's coming out of the financial report of the United States. And even if that's all it were, that is nearly all the money in the world by itself.
Yeah, yeah.
When you look at a site like usdebtclock.org, which is a good site, and I've put the link on my resources tab. So if you go to the Financial State of the Union, click on the news tab, I've got some resources for tonight. Now, when you look at that site, the numbers you see are not the official numbers, but it's a good approximation of where we're sitting right now. And they have a spot at the bottom called U.S. unfunded liabilities that's currently over $116 trillion.
Let's see. I'm clicking it right now. Oh, yeah.
So,
interesting.
If they were going according to GAAP, this is probably pretty close to the number that would be in the financial report of the United States.
Wow.
Now, you'll also see in the media a number that's over $200 trillion that comes from Professor Kotlikoff. And what he does is uses the alternate fiscal scenario from the Congressional Budget Office. Because when you drill down to the numbers behind this, there are certain assumptions, like what the interest rate is, what the employment rate is, what the income growth is, and it factors all of that together.
Wow.
And what is used in the financial report are fairly optimistic numbers.
Oh yeah, of course they want to make themselves look like they're clean, helping a little bit, but of course, just like the unemployment numbers, they don't count people who they say give up trying.
And what I did is I went and took well, you've got a 75-year timeline that they use going in the future. So what I did is I halved that, and since you don't really have 37 and a half years, I went back 38 years from the past, 38 years into their projections. So if you looked at the actuals for the last 38 years and compare it to the future, they have been very, very optimistic.
Oh yeah. I just clicked at 2018 on that, and it's to think they're being optimistic. Wow. It's just
they're overstating income and understating expenses.
Yeah.
And that either one's bad. You put both together, it makes it worse.
Yeah, I could see that. Man, oh man, I suggest everyone check out the usdebtclock.org. I mean, it is moving up, and as we speak, we're going in debt, you know, and each person as of 2018, it says will be $6,810 in debt per person. Wow.
Now,
think about that. Wow.
If you go back to the beginning of when these unfunded liabilities were reported in the financial report of the United States, with the exception of the year where Obama transitioned from the accepted gap number to his lower number, every other year has gone up by at least 5%, which if you think about what a normal interest rate should be, that just on face value makes logical sense.
Yeah.
So if you consider that 200 trillion number, you might see more like 220 trillion, and consider 5% of that. That means that if you don't put in at least $11 trillion into savings earning interest, that you're losing ground.
Man, oh man. Like, so what do they try to do? Just start wars to stimulate the economy? Or, I mean, is that maybe why we've been trying to pick a fight with anyone we can lately, like Russia? Or are we jealous that Russia is, you know, basically and China combined are replacing the U.S. as a global power? I mean, what is the agenda behind that? Do you think there's a financial reason behind poking the Russian bear?
Oh boy, you just opened up so many cans of worms there.
I have a tendency of doing that. Sorry.
But let me just finish this thought here. So if you look at the IRS tax stats, our income totally, if you add business and personal income together, if you wanted to tax 100% of all income, no deductions, no exclusions, right now, today, we would probably be able to bring in somewhere between 10 and 11 trillion per year.
Wow.
If our unfunded liabilities are going up by 11 trillion a year, that means that even taking 100% of income, you can't keep from going further into debt.
Mm-hmm. And that's extremely high. I mean, you think you'd be set with that, but that's it's amazing. I mean, where does most of this money go? Their pockets and, you know, basically their wives and mistresses. Because if they spend any of this money back on the civilians here, poor people here, homeless, I don't think I think we could do a lot of great things. I just don't see where all this money is going.
Well, we would have to go back into history and cover what they've done with, I guess, starting with the debasement of our money and going through how they started getting that camel nose under the tent. First with Social Security, and then in the 60s with Medicare.
And the gold standard too, do you think that affected just how, because basically now we could print money. I mean, if we stayed on the gold standard, couldn't necessarily do that. Do you think things would be different, or?
Things would be different. And in fact, for older people that have been around a while, there's been talk of a crash ever since the 80s. And the reason it hasn't happened is because for the first time in history, you've got all the currencies in the world being fiat currencies. So they're able to play this game where, since nothing is tied to anything real, you're just comparing its relative value to each other. But there comes a point where that has to end.
Oh, yeah.
And while you're on U.S. debt clock, if you look at, it's kind of in the second grouping in the middle of the page, total federal, state, and local spending is over $6 trillion.
Let's see, state. Okay, total state. Yeah, you're correct.
So if you look at not borrowing or printing to meet that, if we're currently sitting at $10 trillion, that means we're looking at a 61% tax rate just to meet government expenses. If it's 11 trillion, we're somewhere in the upper 50%. When you start adding on interest, and right now we're at record low interest rates, if you look at total U.S. interest paid, it's on the left side, almost halfway down. $2.5 trillion.
Yeah, 2.528, 320,000, and going up as we speak.
Yeah, and some of that's already in the federal spending, but you get to add at least $2 trillion onto federal, state, local spending. So you're talking about over $8 trillion just to pay for government and interest on the debt.
Yeah.
Now, when interest rates go up, that interest expense is going to go up rather fast, because most debt that's held out there is short-term debt that has to be rolled over. And when it's rolled over, it rolls over at the current rate.
Yeah, yeah.
So the reason we haven't collapsed yet is because we're still able to borrow and print money.
Mm-hmm.
There comes a time where that has to stop because there won't be enough.
Yeah. Like the Weimar Republic, eventually it's going to cost $1 million for, a gallon of milk.
Now, common question I get is, when is that going to happen?
Okay.
And I don't know, because they game this system very well. And if it's only based on these numbers, they can get a few years out of that. And I don't know if that's 5 years, maybe 10 years at the most. There comes a point where there's no more room. They can't hide anymore, and the system crashes. However, we can have a crash at any time, because there's another component that we're dealing with today.
Which is?
Derivatives.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh.
Never before have we had derivatives, especially at this level. We don't even know how much is out there, because most of these derivatives are not publicly traded.
Mm-hmm.
They're private contracts.
Mm-hmm.
So you will see numbers that go all the way up to $1.5 quadrillion, which is 1,500 trillion. Numbers we can't even imagine.
No, yeah.
Numbers.
Looking in my wallet, no.
In the real world, we deal with typically, 2 and 3 digit numbers. You go fill up your car, and depending on how big your gas tank is, you're paying something that's in the 2 to 3 digits. That's what lives are.
Yep.
And we're to the point, since everything's now pretty in trillions, we can, just start comparing numbers that we at least have some concept of. And we understand when something's larger than something, whether that's kind of a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah. depends on how you see it, but yeah.
Of those derivatives, I see a common number that approximately 400 trillion of that is credit default swaps.
Yeah.
And basically meaning these are bets made on interest rates. And when the interest rates go the way they don't expect them to, or don't want them to, or go too far, that's what triggers those contracts. And 400 trillion is so much larger than any real economy.
Yeah.
That causes problems. But even without the derivatives, we are sitting at essentially a zero interest rate that the Fed has put in place since this, crisis started in 2008.
Man.
If you understand bonds,
Mm-hmm.
bonds pay normally a fixed interest rate. There's some out there that are variable, but for the most part, they're fixed.
Yeah.
And the value of the bond varies based on what happens with interest rates. When interest rates go down, the value of the bond goes up. So when those interest rates were lowered, that really made the bond market look good.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're in the position where there's no place for interest rates to go but up. So when interest rates go up, the value of bonds go down. So for interest rates just to return to normal is going to be a pretty good crash on the bond market.
Wow.
And you consider that we're already sitting with a lot of underfunded pension plans, both public and private. And a lot of that plan is put into bonds, whether they're government bonds, federal, state, local, or into corporate paper, which pays a higher interest rate.
Mm-hmm.
And it depends on how many years are left on the bond as to how big the difference ends up being. If you got a longer time, that makes a bigger effect in the price of the bond.
Mm-hmm.
If the bond's getting ready to come due next month, a change in interest rate's not going to make much difference in the value of the bond.
Yeah.
But most of these pension plans are invested this way so that when that crashes, that makes the underfundedness of those plans even worse than they already are.
Which is hard to imagine.
And you overlay that with the demographic problem. While we were paying into these pension plans, even at the rates that we were, or our, the government or the company were paying in, you had some buying pressure on that, which would cause prices to go up. Well, when people retire and now have to take money out, that turns into selling pressure because they now have to sell those stocks and bonds in order to get cash to,
enjoy themselves. And as we're speaking right now, the money creation is up 598% and rising. So they just keep inflating it more and more. I'm glad you showed me this, but it's kind of scary to watch the national debt rise in front of your face.
And I guess while we're here, let's talk about another lie that they're probably going to push this election season.
Yeah, I'd love to hear about it. And I'm going to have you on again, because we got so much stuff I'd like to ask about, like, the cryptocurrencies, the precious metals market, some of your, time, like pretty much as a captain in the Air Force, whatever you could talk about. I know you worked in some sensitive areas, so whatever you could, inform us with and things like that. So I'd love to have you on again, but yeah, go ahead and break that down for us.
Well, you're going to see a lot of credit that the media is going to give to Obama for reducing the federal deficit, because this year it's going to be somewhere around $600 trillion only. Or excuse me, 600 billion, almost a trillion.
Yeah, I was gonna say that seemed a little
not
small.
that bad. and that as far as you look at, deficits, that is down, but that's only part of the story. And this even gets back to the Clinton years when they talk about the so-called surplus.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was watching that back then, and we're supposed to have this surplus, but at the same time, I see the national debt continues to increase.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I went to school and you had a surplus, that means it would cut down on your debt. So there was something there that I didn't understand. And you're going to love this.
All right.
Don't try to do this. Don't try this at home or in business because you'll go to jail for it.
Uh-oh. But go on. I won't do it.
Okay. When you look at the tax revenues, right now we've got roughly $1 trillion a year coming in payroll tax for your Social Security and Medicare.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this has typically been more money than what's been needed for what they've got to pay out for those programs.
Mm-hmm.
So what they do is instead of investing that money like you think that they're doing, what they do is they write an IOU using real fancy non-marketable treasuries. And then they take that money and they make the deficit appear smaller. But the debt is getting bigger because those treasuries, IOUs that they wrote, do count as debt. But when you only look at the budget, which excludes the unfunded liabilities, it makes that look better.
Okay, so they're basically just, it's like a propaganda stunt.
In fact, there was a news article came out in the last week or two that in the last 12 months, our national debt has increased by $1 trillion, even though the official deficit's, like I say, about $600 billion.
I wonder how that could be if they are.
And that's because they double count that income.
Yeah, I mean, so that they'd rather just put us in worse shape for the future and make it look better for that particular president, which is at this time Obama.
And again, it's definitely way more time than we have for tonight. But when you start overlaying the spiritual warfare part over this, it gets to be rather disturbing.
And can you just hint us what you mean by that? Like, I know spiritual warfare, but how that ties in to the financial system.
When this crisis happens, about the best we could hope for is that things will be only as bad as the Great Depression.
And that's pretty bad.
And that lasted 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen some analysts say that this next one's going to last 25. And that's if it's only a financial event. When you look at history, when you've got severe financial events like this, typically it's followed by war. Which is another piece. But when people, can't eat, they can't afford food, they end up being homeless because they can't afford a house, they're going to be in so much pain that unless you teach this stuff ahead of time and you have strong faith, you're going to have this person come in saying, I have a solution. All you got to do is sign up for this program and, you'll have your food and some housing.
Or you talk about the Antichrist.
Yeah.
I can see that. That's my own theory. And there's the universal currency and everything else the Bible talks of, one world government, justification right there, collapsing economic systems. This Antichrist comes in and says, I'll fix everything, and unites under one, currency, one world order, one government, and there we go. Wow.
And that's one path it can take. There's another path that I describe in my book that I base off a report to Congress after 9/11 from the EMP Commission. that talks about what would happen if we suffer an EMP attack. Now, this can be done with as little as one nuke exploded high in the atmosphere. Personally, and I've also seen other people agree with this, they would use at least 3 and do it at a lower altitude and more regionally. And this isn't like you see in the movies where, you get a little blackout and, a few hours later, you've got things back to normal.
This is total blackout for the unforeseeable future.
It would have to be probably for at least the rest of your life. Because these big transformers right now in good times have like a 2 to 3 year backlog on ordering just one of them.
Oh yeah, and just the maintenance issues to fix them it's hard, because I worked in the cable industry. This little area is owned by this company, this is owned by this company, so you can't just improve the grid even to prevent or say there's really none you could do about an EMP strike per se, but to strengthen just naturally, if something like natural, like a solar flare or something could even take it out, and
like the Carrington event.
Yeah.
But we don't even manufacture those transformers in the United States anymore.
Do we manufacture anything in the United States anymore? It's getting to that point where everything's made in China.
And that opens up another can of worms. Even with manufacturing, now you have to look at what's happening with automation. And robotics, artificial intelligence, quantum and neural computing.
And what the military could do with that. It's scary to think about when I'm older and I have kids, what my kids are going to have to live in, what I'm going to have to live in as a, older man. It's scary to think about.
So I see there's basically one of 2 paths we're looking at, and I can't, tell you which way we're going because, my crystal ball's in the shop.
Yeah, I was going to say, we got about maybe 10 more minutes. So if you want to just break down, I'll shut my mouth and kind of let you go.
There's one path where, and I can tell you from experience in the military, when you're doing planning, you have multiple scenarios. And I'm just looking at 2. I can show you that we're going to have a financial collapse. We can't avoid it. I just don't know exactly when. I'm hoping there's at least 2 to 3 years left because I have so many preps to do myself. But if we go down the one path that follows more of history, where we have the war, which I believe would involve EMP attacks, to me, that's the happy path.
Wow.
Because under that path, we get rid of the technology.
Which I believe is the downfall of mankind.
Because if we go down that path after the financial collapse and this techno-industrial complex that we have today, if it's still in existence, then the control they'll have over our lives is just unbelievable. And my life kind of took a turn on this starting about last October. I had emailed Vincent Vanelli, USA Prepares, this article about these new Intel CPUs that can be accessed remotely for support purposes. And it has its own operating system. And you don't even have to turn your computer on. As long as there's connections to the internet and power is plugged in. They even have versions where they can supply power to it remotely.
Wow.
Through the air. The technology is just nasty.
So
he asked, would I want to come on and talk about spy tech? So I said, sure, why not? So I looked at the last couple of weeks of archived articles. I use Evernote to clip my research. And I figured 2 weeks would give me enough to do a show's worth of information. I think it took me 6 broadcast hours to go through 2 weeks worth of news. The spy tech is that bad.
Wow. I'd like to have you on to talk more about that actually as well. So you know what, we might have to book you next Saturday if you'd like to come back.
I'd be happy to.
Well, I'd love to have you on again. It's been a chaotic week. We had two guests that with Roddy Piper and K-Rino that either postponed or things like that. So it was kind of a hectic scheduling week for myself. And then with the show starting late, I'd love to have you on. So you'd like to talk about spy tech, and I'd like to ask your opinion on like the advanced weaponry and cryptocurrencies and precious metals and things like that, just to give you a heads up.
Yeah. If you look at the resources I posted, one of them is a blog post I made entitled "Return to the Yellow Brick Road" with a question mark.
Mm-hmm.
And what I do is talk about the problem of trying to convert the world back to a gold standard.
Yeah, that would help.
There's only so much gold in the world, and only so much that is available for monetary usage.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't come up with an exact number, but I did come up with a range, so I used that range. And using the CIA World Fact Book, using the broad term of money, there's over $80 trillion worth of money in the world.
Wow.
Now, based on the number of ounces of gold, if you wanted to back all that money by gold, the price of gold would have to be somewhere between $22,000 and $29,000 per ounce.
Wow. So gold investment's a pretty good idea.
But there's another way of doing gold backing, and that's by setting the price of gold.
Like
Before FDR confiscated our gold, the price had been set to $20.67 per ounce. So if we went back to that definition, again, to take that money supply, we'd have to, since we couldn't back it just by the value of the gold, we'd have to take the old money supply and have it, used to purchase the new money that's backed by gold. So I did that calculation.
Okay.
And if you had a brand new $100 Federal Reserve note, and you wanted to exchange that for what that new gold-backed dollar would be at $20.67 per ounce, how many dollars do you think you'd have of those new dollars?
2.
That $100 Federal Reserve note would trade for something between 7 and 9 cents.
Oh, wow.
Not $1, $100.
Wow.
Our money is worth so close to nothing right now.
Yeah, I see that. Wow. That's I always know that it's almost like an IOU note, but I didn't realize to that extent. Wow. That's all I could say at this point, because I mean I almost feel sorry for the person who gets elected president or Secretary of the Treasury. I mean, what do you do?
This is why you will never get our politicians talking about this. Ron Paul, I think, was the only one that was brave enough to step up and talk about it. And there's even parts that he didn't get into.
Yeah.
When you look at the financial state of the union, it's not an opinion piece. It's an expose.
Oh, yeah.
I give you direct links to the government or Federal Reserve reports that back up the numbers that I give you.
Yeah, and that's at financialstateoftheunion.com.
You don't even have to buy the book to find those links. I put those links.
Then his book is titled Financial State of the Union. So, and it's not good. But yeah, John, I think
the message isn't.
I was going to say, how could people, before I let you go, how could listeners actually purchase your book? And how about next week at let's see, 6 o'clock? We'll have you on as the first guest. How about that?
I can do that.
And where can we purchase your book at?
the book's available on Amazon, and if you're at the financialstateoftheunion.com, there's a books tab, and there's a direct link to the to Amazon, and I'll get there and see what Amazon's currently pricing it as.
Barnes and Nobles, things like that as well, or
no? It's only on Amazon
just
right
Amazon?
now.
Okay.
It's currently going for $15.27.
Which is a good price. It really is. I mean, that's for the books nowadays. That's a very good price for the information that's in there.
And it does not read like a financial report. I wrote it as a journey, since I had a journey finding this out. And I have to warn you, a lot of people that buy the book, they tell me they have to sit down and read it in one sitting because it pulls you through.
I believe it. I believe it. I could listen to actually listen to what you have to say about the future of the country, and especially I'd like to hear about the future weapons. For pretty much, I could hear you all day talk about it, but unfortunately, I do have another guest. But I appreciate you coming on the show, and I'll talk to you again next week. And I really do want to hear more about not only that, solutions and any advice or trends in the future that you see. So call it a done deal. Next week, you'll be the first guest, Saturday at 6 p.m.
Okay, thanks for having me on.
Hey, John Reagan, it was a pleasure to have you on, honestly, and sorry for the delaying and inconvenience and things like that.
Not a problem.
All right, John, appreciate it.
Okay.
Bye. Yeah, that was actually very informative, but kind of scary when you look at, like he said, you go to the U.S. National debt clock.org, and you could just see it growing by the second, and that's our future right there, people. Scary thoughts. So things got to change. They got to change fast. But on that note, let's go to a break with Ron Paul. A clip from Ron Paul, and when we get back, we're going to have guest Corey Washington on. This is The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction with Pete Wickert, and we'll be right back.
Shifting gears, you have predicted in your books, you have predicted for decades that the private Federal Reserve would ruin the currency and debase it even faster. Obviously, it had lost 99 cents by now, and a lot of that's value since 1913, since we got the private Federal Reserve. A lot of that loss has happened just the last few years. We're seeing an acceleration. Now even mainline economists and analysts are mirroring your a breakdown dealing with the end of the dollar. Now we see China's yuan exploding. We now see countries from South Korea to Russia moving away from the dollar. Saudi Arabia is starting to move away. It looks like that big event you've been warning about is getting closer and closer. Can you speak to collapse and what's going to happen if the dollar does devalue, sir?
Well, you're certainly right. It's getting much, much closer, and it's not just a few third world countries or, in the past, you've reported on it before, when Iran and Iraq would do it, then they'd get punished. Oh, you can't give up on the dollar, don't take on the dollar. But now it's people like, the Germans aren't all that happy with it. And I saw today that the French are pretty annoyed with us, too, about, how we handle our monetary policy and how we treat the people, with spying on them and all the rest. But this whole episode of with Russia right now over Ukraine is probably the stupidest policy conceivable, that we want to provoke a war with Russia, put on sanctions, and then they're not going to take that. And then all of a sudden, oh, you mean they can make an alliance with China and India? And they are. It probably takes a little while to do that, but that's what the plan is, and I think the numbers are coming together. I think Brazil wants to be involved with that, and it's a growing effort, because I think there's a build-up hostility with America, because we've been bullying the world, but nobody's been strong enough to take us on, especially since the breakdown of the Soviet system, that we have been the kingpin. So economically and militarily, nobody can say boo. that our economy is in trouble and they have a chance to do something, and they get sick and tired of these sanctions that are put on countries because we tell them, nope, you can't talk, you can't trade with Russia, you can't do this. Well, I think when we start to slip as we are, I think there's going to be piling on. I think the piling on has already occurred, which means that we're closer to that point where there may be a precipitous fall. You make the right points. The Fed has orchestrated about a 98, 99% devaluation already, but it's still a dollar is a dollar today. What if you lose the rest of it and 100% or a large portion of what we have left? That's a big deal. And if you look at all the currency destructions around the world, the end stages go very rapidly. Most people remember now about Zimbabwe dollar, but they only remember the 2 or 3 months that it was in the news. But they had been doing that for a lot of years, and then confidence is lost. There's still enough confidence in the dollar that tomorrow you're not going to read where everybody dumped the dollar. But I think there's central banks now buying up gold. You know, Russia mines it and they keep it. China buys the gold. India's always bought gold, and a lot of other people do. But our banks, the Western banks, the European banks, and of course the United States claim that there's no need for that. We're not going to buy it. But who knows what they're doing behind the scenes? I suspect that they're doing the same thing.
That's right. Zimbabwe went in just the space of a year, about 5 years ago, and it's still bad, from inflation where it took 1 million of their currencies to buy a loaf of bread to $1 trillion. We just showed some of those $1 trillion notes on screen, and their answer was total totalitarianism. And as a historian, as a medical doctor, as a von Mises Institute fellow, I know that you've studied history, but undoubtedly the establishment's rabbit out of a hat is the armored vehicles, the checkpoints, the NSA surveillance. They think authoritarianism is going to hold this together, and their nukes are going to menace the rest of the world. But then our own elite hate America, the old America, the ideas of liberty. They share that with the rest of the world that dislikes our imperiousness. So it's a very bizarre mix of factors where the establishment's trying to shut off our power plants, Cloward and Piven, our governmental system is bankrupting them in a power grab. But I sit back looking at the wide spectrum, and I see the elite undermining their own empire that gave them their power. So it really seems like a evil system that doesn't even know what it's doing, or does it? Can they pull a rabbit out of the hat, Dr. Ron Paul?
No, temporarily they will, but they think they are omnipotent because they get away with it for so long. But eventually, you know, the markets and the people catch up with them. You know, just yesterday, I don't know if you noticed, there was a hearing in the Banking Financial Services Committee about auditing the Fed. Of course, they wouldn't use my bill to audit. They bring up with this crazy scheme that they can do it by a formula. And as long as the Fed follows this formula, which is just another form of economic planning, and they did this because the Fed's 100 years old, and they said, now it's time for reform. But they were pretending this was audit, had nothing to do with audit, although they used that language. I sent in my, my dissenting views, and they did take them and they put them in the record, but they really didn't give it a serious discussion. And the big thing is the Paul Brown, congressman has the bill that I had for a long time. He has 224 co-sponsors, enough to pass the bill, and they wouldn't even bring that bill up and contemplate it. They bring up this other crazy thing of a price rule.
A lot of economists say that it isn't that the Fed doesn't have a policy, they just lie to Congress and the public about what their policy is, and that they're already involved in a controlled collapse right now. And most economists I interview, a lot of them prestigious, say we've really been in a depression since 2008 in most sectors. Dr. Paul, you've given us a pretty accurate prognosis going back decades ago. What do you think our current real economic state is?
Well, I think it's in total shambles, and of course they sort of downplayed that when I said in 08 during the 08 campaign that we were already starting in a recession. Of course, the Republicans were in charge, so that was a really bad thing to say. No, I think certainly for the lower half of our economy, of our people, the middle class and down, they're in a depression. Their standard of living isn't going up, and real income hasn't gone up since the Bretton Woods broke down. Since we went totally off the gold standard, real wages have not going up. Nominal wages do, but real wealth accumulation, goes to the wealthy class deal in Wall Street. And even the Fed, they haven't been shy about saying, well, we are going to interfere. We have a funds protection team. We have to go in there and protect the markets. Well, all this monetary inflation has gone to the markets. But I think ultimately, and I think that's what you're suggesting, will they be able to protect themselves? A few maybe, but there's going to be a lot who have benefited by this. They won't know when to get out either, and it looks very, very shaky right now. I do not believe, now they're saying, well, no more quantitative easing, and we're going to quit by October. But they don't have the biggest idea what conditions will be like in October. But they claim they're going to quit quantitative easing, but they're not going to allow interest rates to go up. Well, that means they're going to print money anyway, and they'll buy something else. It's just that they're not going to buy any more long-term bonds. So
and then
they're always in the business of deceiving us.
Exactly, and then that inflates the stock market. That's where the inflation's going, and people think it's really super valued, but it's not. It's actually just bought and devalued dollars. A very dangerous game indeed. Talking to you, who's obviously a very wise man, who's been a Air Force, a medical air corpsman, medical doctor, Congress, author, the whole nine yards. You're a smart guy. And if I was sitting there with you on the fishing dock, just between me, you, and the fence post, and I said, Dr. Paul, where do you really think America and the world's going in your gut? In 120 seconds, let's say if you were talking to your grandson and you were giving them advice, really giving them the skinny, what does your gut tell you is going to happen long-term to civilization?
Well, long-term, I'm not as pessimistic as I am short-term. There's no way that the Congress, a president, or a few more members of Congress are in the Senate will all of a sudden be able to reverse this because the momentum is so strong, the debt is so big that, the debt has to be liquidated. The only question how you liquidate debt is you don't pay it, which isn't the case for a country like ours. They always pay it, but they pay it with paper money and devalue the currency. So we're locked in. It's not going to change. We're not going to all of a sudden, let's not go into quite so many wars. Let's wean ourselves off of the welfare state and the warfare state, and let's gradually go back to the gold standard. It's not going to happen. Where I believe is we're quite capable in 5, 10, 20 years from now of having a group of people who have been influenced by everything from radio shows to the internet and all the things going on, Austrian economics, because there's been a tremendous amount of excitement and understanding of the Federal Reserve in the last 5 years. So since ideas do have consequences, it's worked in the past. So I'm holding out with a tinge of hope and conviction that if we keep fighting the battle of ideas, that we will then influence enough people that they will only endorse a government that presents a case of freedom for the individual, get out of these wars, sound money, and maybe paying a lot more attention to the Constitution.
RonPaulChannel.com. Alex Jones here for Infowars.com. We're going to be intensifying our efforts to awaken free humanity to the scourge of the globalist in the month of July. And starting this July 4th, we are going to slash prices in a celebration of true Americana, the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, and the Declaration of Independence on all of the Made in America products that you will find at madein1776.com or InfoWarsStore.com. We're talking about Made in America belt buckles in brass and nickeled brass that state it loud and proud. Molon Labe. That's why we have the best-selling Made in America men's and women's Molon Labe Infowars.com shirts. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a win-win. You vote with your dollars. You support the most hardcore organization out there for promoting true ideas of libertarianism, constitutionalism, basic human empowerment. But more importantly, you get T-shirts and belt buckles so you can meet like-minded people. So you have a conversation starter with friends and family and coworkers. We are reaching out to each other. And you also throw it in the face of the anti-gunners and the rest of the parasites out there that you're a free man and woman, and that you're not going to be a slave, that you're not going to be intimidated to shut up by their tyranny that they call political correctness. That's why in the month of July, we have got giant specials on everything at madein1776.com. But to expand the InfoWar, we're offering the biggest special in the history. What is it? 13 years of PrisonPlanet.tv, our multimedia platform. We're offering the equivalent of more than 5 months free right now. And you get a membership at PrisonPlanet.tv, and you get 11 memberships that can be used with the same username and passcode, so you can share it with friends and family. Now is the time to fund the war bonds. Now is the time to fund the InfoWar. Now is the time to get aggressive. Now is the time to double down. Now is the time to realize you are the people that made the InfoWar so successful and one of the leading lights worldwide against tyranny. You don't stand behind us. You stand right beside us. And I salute all of you on this July 4th, 2014, and going forward in the month of July and onward. This is about freedom worldwide and that desire for human dignity and self-determination that beats in the human breast. We are brothers and sisters together in the true spirit of liberty and the animating contest of liberty. And so I quote in closing the great Thomas Jefferson, that I have sworn on the altar of God resistance against every form of tyranny. And never forget, if you are watching or listening to this transmission, you are the resistance.
All right, you're back live with Pete Wichert, and this is The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction. And our next guest is Koerri Washington. Koerri, how's it going?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for having me on, Pete.
Yeah, it's good to hear from another, talk show host from the Midwest, from Wisconsin to Kenosha. Not that far. Not that I have family there, so it's good to hear from you. Why don't you briefly, tell the audience about yourself, your show, and, basically what inspired you to get politically active, challenge the system.
Awesome. Yeah, no doubt. So my show, it's called The Average Liberator. I do that Monday through Friday live at 10 p.m. Central Time on wideawakeamerica.com. Also, theaverageliberator.com, which is my website. We have the broadcast I write, articles, and all that other type of cool stuff. But basically what got me involved in, I guess you could say, activism, this whole movement, this truth movement, and really trying to expand my knowledge as well as trying to help others expand their knowledge, is really just, just growing up in America. I live in Kenosha, Wisconsin, so I'm sure you said you've been here a couple times before. So, I mean, it's a relatively nice place. There is a small segment of the city where, you can consider it the hood or whatever you want to say. But I grew up on the north side, nice side of town, middle class side of town. In a community, there wasn't really, many black kids, so I grew up just being, loving of everybody, not really looking at it from a race perspective or anything like that, which I still don't. But, when truth comes up now, there's ways that I look at truth and ways I look at just life and how the system is designed and set up due to, my experiences growing up, where everything is, when you're a child, everything is just, carefree, you don't think about that type of stuff. So when I graduated, actually the day I graduated high school is when reality sunk in. I was having a graduation party. I had my own place. I was 18. So, we were doing what kids do. And, the cops ended up coming or whatever. So I go in my bathroom and I sit on my toilet, just put my head down. And the first thing that they said to me was, what are you doing, flushing your crack?
Oh, wow.
So, that's when I was like, oh, wow. So, all the stuff they say in the movies and all that stuff is real, huh?
Yeah.
All right. So,
stereotypes.
Just from there, I just had a completely different outlook on the system and the way things, are really, operated. Eventually, I again encountered the police, and I was going on my way to a party with a friend of mine. Long story short, we got pulled over. They ended up searching my vehicle. I had a little bit of cannabis on me, 5 grams, and they tried to ruin my life. They were trying to make me a felon. I was caged for about 4.5 months.
Wow, I'm sorry to hear that, especially over something like that. That in
over
my
a plant.
eyes, is a plant that God put on this earth for, and it says in the Bible, for man to use. So, in my opinion, it could be even the one he's talking about, that it's the special one, because you could use it for road paper. People don't realize the Declaration of Independence was written on. I mean, come on now. I mean, when besides the war on drugs making money, there's no reason in my eyes it should even be illegal.
Exactly, but it just goes back to special interests, the lobby groups and things like that.
So you're basically getting profiled out. See, I'm here in Chicago, and we're like probably the most diverse city in the country, and I mean they pretty much, I've gotten beat up by the police for no reason, things like that. Thank God I haven't really had any kind of major charges or issues like that. But I mean, they definitely just in Chicago seem to pick on people they think won't do anything back. So there's their own stereotype in a sense. They pick on people that they feel are weak or vulnerable, and they let the gangbangers, real ones, go and do their business.
Yeah, and I mean, through my own just personal analysis, just being in the town that I'm in, because Kenosha, it's 100,000 people, but it's a lot, but it's not that many. So you still get to know people. You see people regularly, throughout the city. And, from my personal analysis, a lot of these people deal with the police, on a personal level, which makes you, raise questions about, the legitimacy of some of the things that are arising here. And, you said you're in Chicago, I'm in Kenosha. Al Capone had a home here. Al Capone ran things in Chicago. They say there's a tunnel from his home here in Kenosha that went all the way to Chicago. So, the mafia, they really just, they took their fancy hats off. They got jobs at the police departments and the government and, kept on doing what they were doing. They took the puppeteer, because there's always going to be a puppeteer, and let him go down with the ship. And then they just, hopped out and kept their contacts and moved to a different occupation.
Under the cloak of basically being legal.
Exactly.
Which is worse.
It's just the smartest way to do it. And then, they're just under the umbrella of, the higher ups, the global banking elite and, the elite families and whatnot. And it goes higher and higher, more and more close. But yeah, like I was saying, while I was in the cage, I was talking to different people, different things were being brought to my attention. This is around the time right before Obama was, he became the president-elect and, got inaugurated and all that stuff. So people were saying, you're hearing the Antichrist, rhetoric, you're hearing everything, and I just got introduced to, to a world that I've heard of before, because my brother had introduced me into the zeitgeist where, I got the information on the Prescott Bush and all that good stuff. But, at that point in time, but at that point in time, it was like, okay, well, I know it, but it's like, I was 20, I got things I'm trying to do. I'm trying to, hang out with my friends, and I don't have time to worry about that right now. But as it continued to involve my life more and more and more, and then when I was in the cage, and then there's these things that I'm learning about the Illuminati in depth and things like this. I'm like, all right, well, I got to pay a little bit more attention, because for some reason I feel like I'm being targeted. For some reason these laws are unjust. For some reason they're trying to strip away my right to vote and carry firearms and all of this when I'm 20 years old, because I have a plant, and just none of this makes sense. So by the time I got, I beat that, at least I beat the felony charges. I just got dropped down to a simple. They hit me with the possession. But see, I played the legal system. I also was in the law books while I was in there, and I was learning a lot about law, and that actually helped me with my awakening as well, because it helps with the whole legalese I got into, and the different forms of them developing these false jurisdictions in the courtrooms, and these, magistrates are, operating off false pretexts and all these other different things that I wouldn't have been into unless, the event of me being in that cage for this amount of time would have happened. So, the average liberator and all this wouldn't be here today unless I was on my way to go to a party and smoke weed with my friends.
Wow. So yeah, it's kind of funny how, negative events, and then at the time you're probably thinking this is like going to ruin my life, end up developing you into the person you are today. It's almost like,
I was on like the straight path. Like I was in college, I was working a job. I was, just doing the all-American thing.
Same here, yeah.
So, and then when that happened, it just, I couldn't get financial aid. Like I don't have parents. I was raised by my grandmother. She passed in 2008. It was, a couple of months after she passed where I ended up getting engaged. So it was kind of like, the old Koerri kind of died, I guess you can kind of say, at that point in time, which kind of, in a way it needed to happen. I needed to leave some of that stuff in the past, and it really got me on a spiritual path, I guess you could say, mental path, and on a path of really trying to make change, not just focus on all the negativity, but trying to find the positivity out of the negative thing.
And also it's like, I'm the same way. It's like, it's one thing to come up here and just be like, oh man, everything's horrible, but we got to try to kind of find a solution, and try to find some light at the end of the tunnel, because everything could be turned around if people were persistent enough, like yourself, and just stayed on it. We have a voice, we have strength in numbers. It's time we use it, and I agree. I just think that it's time, the alternative media, like, what we're doing right here, networking. I think we're having such an impact right now that it's forcing the mainstream to actually either report on things like they should or be called out, and they're still doing their little run around, for interest groups. And now we're becoming more prevalent. And one day I see everyone going to the alternative media as their outlet. How do you feel about that? And how do you feel to be one of the faces of the movement?
Well, I want to, say thanks because, I really am just like doing my show and just really just trying to, help, so I'm glad that, people actually recognize what I'm doing and things like that, because I'm really just here to help. I try to be as humble as possible when it comes down to it, because, there's a lot of people that get into it for, reasons that, in my opinion, aren't necessarily there to help in a way.
Money.
I understand, and I understand, like, people need to get paid, but at the end of the day, people are trying to kill us.
Yeah.
So, there's a time and a place for jokes and, things like that. Of course, I like to crack jokes like that, have a good time, of course. But when it comes down to, like, really, handling your business and your situation here, supporting the truth movement, you really, like, I just wish people would take it, a little bit more seriously, because people are really just trying to kill us.
Yeah.
And you can laugh it off, but to a certain point, it's like, we have to keep a level head, and we can't just, have fun and games the whole time, because this is very, very serious. And people laugh at Alex Jones because he's yelling and he's screaming sometimes, but it's because people are trying to kill us.
Yeah.
And they don't want us on the planet. So,
and then, like Alex, they really just make fun of him a lot on mainstream media. You got even people in alternative media picking on him. And like you said, sometimes that passion is good, because it pretty much demonstrates how critical a situation is. And if you're not angry, then there's probably something wrong with you, or,
or you're probably working for the CIA.
Yeah.
So, I think the movement is great, though, like at a core level. We're at a time where we're seeing something that, at least in our lifetime, will probably never happen again. And that's a complete paradigm shift where, the controlled media is just there's no way they can control it. With the internet being the way it is and advancing at the rate it is, like, you know, people can just start shows. You don't need a network because you can just start a network online.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
that's why they got the cut switch, the internet kill switch now. You know.
Right. And that's like every, you know, three months they come out with a new name and a new, you know, 1,500 page document to try to shut down the internet. But people, as soon as we find out all the profile pics on the social media, you see people outside, T-shirts get printed up, and, you know, corporations, online corporations step in, and, you know, they're not with it either. So, I mean, at least a lot aren't with it, you know. So it's a fight that they really can't win. They can try, and they can try again. And I mean, they can even succeed, I guess, if they, you know, pass through their phony legislation like they do. They'll just wait till New Year's where everybody's drunk again, like they did with the NDAA or something.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they'll just pass it through. But technology right now, like I'm saying, it's someone will just make another internet source, and then everybody will just go to that and use that. You know, so
like
there's no way they can really control it unless they start caging people for having internet. So once that happens, I think that's the breaking point.
Yeah, and you're already starting to see, you know, talk about, is the internet is it dangerous? It's being used as a recruiting tool for ISIS. It's this, it's that. No, they're scared of us uniting and coming together and putting our differences aside and looking at the common enemy, which is the corrupt government and the powers that be, the corporations, like you said, the secret societies that all kind of intermingled with one another, because there's no way there's a Bilderberg meeting with all those people in there without hierarchy. You know, imagine
like
that.
Who brought all those people together?
Right? Like with those egos. And that there's not going to be any kind of like fights in this. There has to be some boss keeping order. Has to be. You know? And it's funny how most people really didn't want to wake up out here in Chicago. I mean, I'm seeing every week our numbers grow, but a lot of it has to do with Obama and the lack of things that he did promise out here in Chicago. We had a lot of hope for him. You know, we thought he was going to, especially on the South Side, everyone thought he was going to be working for the poor, doing this. And what has he done? He's done nothing for the poor. He's been just like Bush. And in a sense, that's a good thing, because I believe more people are waking up due to all the false promises he made during his campaign and comparing it to what he has done in office.
Yeah, most definitely. There's on the South Side of Chicago, I've been noticing there's, you know, major movements coming together. You know, there's been groups actually participating in some of the town hall meetings that I believe Al Sharpton had, or one of those fake preacher CIA hoes set up. You know, and they're all everybody that grabbed the mic said, "We want real change. We're tired of the nonsense. We're tired of you guys coming around with your fake, you know, your fake stories and your suits and chucking and jiving and all this nonsense. We just want our property. We want a fair shake, and we don't want more taxes, you know, because there's people that own homes on the South Side. Let's not get this twisted, you know. Not everybody that lives in a quote unquote minority filled community doesn't own their home, because that's not true. People get homeowners on the South Side just like there are everywhere else. And, you know, people need to know, like, these people actually have a voice. And I was talking to actually the Libertarian candidate for governor here in Wisconsin, Robert Burke, on my show. And I'm just like trying to tell everybody, like, if you guys want to win, if you legitimately are for the people, then you need to get into some of these quote urban communities and talk to these people, because they want to hear what you have to say and they will back you. And if you can get their vote, then you could probably win.
Yeah.
You know, so
No, and that's key, is it's bringing everyone together. I mean, I'll say this right now. Here in the north side, we're not doing good either, but there's nobody protesting. You know, nobody. Like, we had the Monsanto protest, or you get like 25 people down there. And we got to start getting politically active everywhere. And like you said, at least you have an option. I don't even think we ever have a libertarian independent option here. It's in Chicago. So it's kind of hard. I mean, I've been getting emails for myself to run and stuff, like, and I'm contemplating it because there's no one else. So what do you think as far as, do you think we have to kind of watch for these people? Because I mean, I've had some guys from InfoWars, some people from all sorts of different, you know, websites and ways of life, and they all kind of agree that they're not sold on Rand Paul in 2016, you know. And
I mean, you can't be sold on anybody that is, you know, running for the left-right paradigm. You know, if you give into that, then you're giving a little of yourself to that system. And if you're not putting all of it into freedom and liberty, then I don't even want to hear it, you know.
What about Jesse Ventura, man? That's one of my guys. I can
get down with Jesse Ventura.
Me too.
I got his book, 63 Documents That the Government Doesn't Want You to Read, right here next to me.
Great.
Yeah, I would vote for Jesse Ventura, but see, he would run on a third platform, you know.
Yep.
And that's what I'm really looking for, because, you know, both of these parties both have, you know, dirty gloves, you know.
Oh yeah, beyond
and
that, filthy.
The gloves is on both of their hands. So I can't trust either party. You know, the Democratic Party was the original party for the Ku Klux Klan, so that just kind of turns me off naturally.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, the Republican Party, their history goes back, you know, you know, we know about the Republicans.
You don't even got to go back that far. Just think of Bush, you know.
So it's, you know, so like we can't, you know, it's hard. They make it hard for us, and you have to understand that there's so many people that are getting paid off. There's so many operatives. There's so much fiat currency that people will take for, you know, no reason, and, you know, sell themselves just to get into a position. It's just like, if you're like I said, Robert Burke here, he's running a donationless campaign.
Wow.
And he says what he means, and he just keeps it real.
Sounds like Jesse Ventura to me, actually.
And it's just really about getting the people that feel a certain way and have the ideology and have the balls to just stand up and just run, organize, and run. You know, and that's the only way we're going to make change. If you want to be a statist and operate within the system, then you're going to have to find some people that are about exactly what you want, and that's freedom and liberty, and not, you know, giving in to the bigwigs.
Yeah, and the hard part now too is with the electronic voting machines. Like, the only idea I could have to even say a Jesse Ventura ran, I actually brought this up to him, but say we all wore blue shirts, because you can't wear like Ventura 2016. So we all wore blue shirts. You have somebody filming, not at the door, but, you know, close enough so you could see. Sure, there's gonna be people, I'm sure, that wear a blue shirt on accident or whatever. So after they're done, you come out and you basically, they don't have to tell you who they voted for, but you ask them, are you wearing that blue shirt because Jesse Ventura? Yes, then that's a vote. And then you could compare it to what they say. And since he can't get in the debates, why not get a permit? And after the debates are over, out debate the debates when they're finished, and everyone's leaving, you know, take their points and rip them up. So there's ways around it, you know, because they got the system rigged, like you said, for a third party. I mean, you have to get like triple the amount of signatures for a petition to run. They're not allowed in the debates. They're like actually not even on the ballot in most states unless you do the petition. So it's an uphill battle. So in a sense, we'd have to almost either change the system to allow a third party to run, because I mean, how do people think two parties realistically?
See, there's not even anything
everybody?
like set in stone that only two parties can run. The only reason why two parties are only given the spotlight is because they have backdoor deals that have been going on for years.
Yeah, but with all the
like
TV
like
networks.
here in Wisconsin, there's a whole big thing going on because there's televised debates for the gubernatorial debates here, and Robert Burke isn't featured in the debates because you have to have at least $250,000 worth of donations to your campaign. But he has a donationless campaign, so how is he going to get $250,000 worth of donations to get on television?
Yeah, that's the hard thing. They're making him go against what he believes in.
And it's not written in law. It's the people that run the debates are the TV networks.
Yeah.
So it's the TV networks that are doing the backdoor deals with the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. So it's where you see the corporations coming in, working hand in hand with the state, yet again, to fuck us over. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, you could say, I don't want to apologize, man. You could say anything you want on here, bro. Honestly, and then we could say any idea, swear, there's no restrictions. We're as real as you could get, man.
All right, awesome. That's good to know. I should have asked before. I'm used to on my broadcast.
Oh yeah, no,
no,
man. Trust me, this is probably one of the episodes we haven't swore much, but honestly, God, you could let F-bombs drop whenever you want because I understand being upset about all this, man.
Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with crooks, murderers, people that traffic children, and it's disgusting who we're dealing with, and that's why, like I was saying before, it's like we can only joke around so much because these people are sacrificing kids and snatching kids from wherever.
Yeah, Sandy Frost, this author, came on my show and broke a story about the jesters and basically a 33rd degree Masons taking like 12 and 14-year-old girls into Canada to a resort. And I'm not even joking. The state police escorted the girls there to the hotel. And honest to God, she's got pictures, this and that, and Lois Lerner's involved, and they were paying for it off of the charity status. So basically, the money that goes out of our pockets went to these 33rd degree Masons to, basically rape little girls.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes to show you the highest levels of the Mason 33rd degree, and they're sitting there. That's what they get into. And like you said, then what we don't know, I mean, the child sacrifices, I'm sure you heard of Bohemia Grove and seen the Alex Jones video.
Oh, yeah.
You don't think they broke in or they knew he was in there? What if he wasn't in there? That could have been a real baby, not a apogee. That was probably going to be a real little baby that they sacrificed, in my eyes, at least, I think.
Yeah, I mean, with the camera footage, it doesn't really get that close. So for all we know,
it could have been
real.
Yeah, true. And I don't blame him either. He had balls for just doing that.
Definitely. They probably would have, ate them or something.
And I lived up there in California, and you should see how the people stick up for them. Man,
people
it's sickening.
Stick up for them?
Yeah,
well,
I had to wait 2 hours to cross that. They literally are take up the only street, the main highway, and we are sitting at a 7-Eleven. The cops, when I asked what was going on, they gave me attitude. Asked a couple locals who are also caught up in the traffic, and they told me, and they're just meeting there. They talk. So that's against, basically you're not supposed to meet behind closed doors for anything making policy. And they're looking at me like I'm the crazy one. And, and that's before I knew about all that. I just thought it was weird that they were making decisions behind closed doors. When I found out the no women things and all the rest of it, I'm like, man, what the hell? Gay porn stars with George Bush? I'm like, come on now. You got to be kidding me.
About that. That's okay. They can do that. No, that's all right. But if you bite a Pop-Tart that looks like a gun, chapstick, you're gonna have to get suspended from school.
Yeah, I can imagine what they would have did to me. And Nerf balls you can't play with, man, oh man. Bring in we used to play our squirt guns. I got a pistol because they call me Pistol Pete tattooed on my right arm. Man, I'm surprised I'm not in a FEMA camp already.
You'll never be able to fly in an airplane.
Yeah, well, I don't plan it. I'm not giving the satisfaction. I'm boycotting them like Jesse Ventura. Screw them, man. They ain't gonna rape me and then take my clone and all that. Screw you. I'll drive wherever I'm going, man. You know, because I'm not going to support the system, and it should be up to the airline companies to protect themselves. Why do we need a federal agency that we pay for to protect airports when most of the time they're just stealing? How many times have they been caught? And it's against basically every right we have, and on top of it, they haven't caught one person.
Nope, they're not gonna.
Nope.
The only person they caught was an underwear bomber, and he was working for them.
Yep.
So I mean,
yep.
Yeah, they're completely you know, the emperor is butt naked.
Yeah.
And they just continue doing more and more and more. Like, did you see what happened? I was talking about this on my show last night about the also coincidental beheading in Oklahoma to justify the radical black Muslim ISIS members in America that all of the people should be afraid of.
Yeah.
So basically, it's looking like it's a trifecta effect that's going to be terrorizing people, because we have a male. So for all the feminists out there, they can be mad at the evil men that do all of the killing. He's black, so you can bring that into the black-white paradigm that they continue to bring up for the race baiting purposes.
Yeah.
And then he's a Muslim.
Yep.
So the whole Christian Muslim thing is going to continue. And I've been looking on Twitter. There's already been all the people get the Muslims out of the country and all these other things. And I don't want to get into a whole big history lesson, but if it weren't for the Muslims, a lot of the things that are solidified in the Constitution probably wouldn't be there. But
and it doesn't reflect every Muslim. It's just a radical group that we funded. Actually, people forget that we funded.
Right. And now, like, if you look into the guy's background, the news tries to portray him as if he's some horrible man, but all of his occurrences with the law were either like disorderly conduct, or he had like a cannabis possession, or he had a possession with cocaine or something. So it's
so
like
nothing. Yeah, like
So he goes from this petty stuff to chopping off a lady's head in the middle of a foyer in the building, and then running in and trying to kill someone else.
Sounds sketchy.
Yeah, the whole situation is just, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we had some here over in Aurora. They have one of the most sophisticated radar systems. And just yesterday, I noticed I got a good night's sleep. There's no planes flying over the O'Hare and stuff. And I was like, what is going on? In a way, I get up and I hear there's a fire there. And it turns out some guy supposedly cut himself, like slit his wrist, and then burned the thing on fire and laid there. Like, first off, if you're gonna kill yourself by like burning a building down and staying in it, why would you cut yourself first?
And why would you do it in an airport?
Yeah, well, it was like the radar center. They're saying he was mad about his pay, but something don't seem right there. I really, with both those stories to me, and the beheading one, how do you think they're going to add the next chip, like the next piece to the puzzle, adding the libertarians in with the terrorists? Because you see that all the time, like Christians.
He was a constant visitor to Infowars.com and other alternative media outlets.
Yeah. So there you go. So basically, just like the Boston bombers, how they tried to link them back to Infowars. So they're going to pull that card, you think, huh?
Yeah, but the only thing we can really do is call their BS before they can link it together, just like what happened with the Boston bombing. Everybody was coming out saying, like, watch them blame the patriot groups, watch them blame the militias, and they had to switch it up, and they're like, oh man, we can't do that. And
you remember that guy with the book bag at first, like the white, like goofy looking guy? And then all of a sudden, like he had that like blue and black, like with the stripe on book bag. And they're like, it's this kind of book bag. And then like an hour later, it's like, no, it's this kind of book bag. And it was really sketchy. And don't look at anyone's pictures but ours. And then let's shoot the witness, one of their friends in the head after he's in custody. Then let's kill the brother and slit the throat of the only living, person that knows what happened. That again, false flag. And then about the Sandy Hook numbers, like I'd never tried to get in that, but FBI crime stats, no one died at Sandy Hook, they say.
Yep. And, you know, the list goes on and on and on with these events.
Oh, I mean, you could go back technically the Lusitania, World War One, probably before that too, and then you got Pearl Harbor, which I'm sure they knew about. Man, I mean, it probably goes back to the Revolutionary War.
Yeah, it definitely does. I'd have to say. I mean, see, there's so many dupes that have been done to the American people. Like the history, honestly, some of it may be true, but for the most part, I'd have to say at least 85% of what we're taught didn't happen, at least the way they said it happened.
I'm a historian. I'd say 90. I think you're being a little conservative. About 90% is BS, complete BS. I mean, even Lincoln wasn't, they act like he, you know, was this liberator that freed the slaves. Like,
no, he just made everyone a slave instead of freeing the slaves.
Yeah.
The 14th Amendment made everyone a slave.
Thank you.
And everybody needs to know that, because everybody's like, but Lincoln's the greatest president. Lincoln might as well have been black. Why?
Yeah. Why is he? Well, because the war. No, listen. He actually was the first president to really use like executive orders, abuse his power. He declared martial law, and he wanted to send slaves, not free them, but send them to like South America and other places.
South America and Africa.
Yeah.
Because he thought it would be better for black-white relations to just kick all of the and on top of all of that, he wanted to banish all of the black people, the slaves, most which were not even originally from Africa, but were from the landmass, and then send them away from here so the Anglo-European conquest can continue. And that's why they did not want them on this landmass, but that would not work because in the law, with all of the great lawyers that eventually got kicked out of the Senate and things like this, you know, a lot of the black scholars that people don't talk about in history, you know, it's really, the whole situation is very, very, very suspicious. And that's why lately I've been getting back deep into the history of, you know, even the birth of the nation, you know, bringing the attention to many that, you know, the founding fathers most likely were all Freemasons, Moorish Freemasons. And, yeah, man, it's
at least 9 of them are confirmed, but there's got to be more. I agree. It almost makes you wonder if there's a staged event to give the perception of freedom, and really the Anglo-American, you know, empire would rule on.
Yeah, it was really just a conquest. There was treaties made, and then after the treaty, basically everything was set in stone. But like the United States does time and time again, they redacted on the treaty and didn't do what they said they were going to do.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this has gone back from the, you know, the birth of this so-called nation, which is really a corporation. But, you know, these conversations, I guess, need to happen because a lot of people look at it and put it in the realm of, the straw man case ideology. And really, I'm not really even dealing with that. I'm just dealing with the history and the birth and the legal system of this nation, you know, and that's all it really is. And until people are really, you know, taught properly history and how to look at history and, you know,
think for themselves and research
critically, you know, we're really not going to get past this because we're dealing with like I said, they want to propagate the white-black paradigm, but it's not about the white-black paradigm. It's about basically nationality and, you know, legal knowledge, you know, knowing by law, being able to operate within the system because the system is a system based off of law and not, you know, color.
No, I mean, just with this recent event in like Ferguson, think about that. Who would be stupid enough to burn down Mike Brown's memorial, knowing what, you know, would happen? To me, that's a setup. I don't know how you feel about that, but I mean,
could be.
You know,
could
like,
very well be, or it could have been someone that got their shop burned down.
like,
so we're gonna burn down his memorial.
like,
You know, because people,
yeah, I guess, you know.
some people really, especially with tensions like this, like we're not necessarily in the heart of it, so we don't even really know how people are really feeling. We don't know the conversations that are being had behind the scenes with people that have been dealing with it. You know, because I know things are very, very tense, especially with the mainstream media doing what they have been doing. Like I said, pushing the paradigms, these left-right separatist paradigms on everybody. People are upset. People are mad.
Yeah.
People are saying these welfare monkeys burned down my shop. These people are saying these white people have done these horrible things to me. And it's really not even about that.
Yeah, no, at all. I actually have a friend, it's not far from Ferguson, and I know Joe Biggs pretty well. He was in the middle of all that, and it was, the community against the treatment which they were getting for not just, a couple weeks, but for years and years, being treated by like subhuman by the police, and it had nothing to do with white and black, race at all. It had everything to do with their rights as citizens not being respected by the police.
Right. Which kind of in a way has to play into the white-black paradigm, but that's just because those people choose to call themselves black, which is no legal status, which gives them color of law to beat you with a baton or shoot you with rubber bullets or, sick dogs on you or shoot you, spray you with a fire hose.
Yeah.
And this is really the problem that's been, tormenting all of these, people seeking civil rights, quote unquote, civil rights that they want to be granted from the government. But, you're born with those rights. They're unalienable rights that were granted to you, not even by the Constitution, but by the divine creator, whoever you decide that is, so.
Well said. Well said. Yeah, no, and I was just gonna, ask you too. What's your take on like the Ebola outbreak? I mean, do you think it's kind of a way to get into Africa?
Yeah, the Ebola situation happened in it happened in a video game, bro. It happened in Resident Evil 5, man.
yeah. Time out. You're, dude. You got something here, yeah.
So, I mean, I usually don't do the movie and the video game connections, but as soon as I heard everything that's happening, and, we sent 3,000 troops over there.
Yep.
So now there's, the United States soldiers, the Marines, going to go fight a disease, a virus, which apparently, I saw an article of how apparently two women resurrected after they died from Ebola.
What?
So, I mean...
Damn.
I'm pretty sure I saw that on InfoWars.
Wow.
And I give them the benefit of the
Yeah,
doubt of
yeah,
not
so
putting out
do I.
garbage news. So
No, they're very, very accurate. So
right. So I mean, I'm gonna take it with more than just a grain of salt, but I'm still gonna sit here and hope that it didn't happen. But if it did happen, then it's exactly what happened in Resident Evil 5, because we know we're gonna get deep into it, and we're going to find out the people that are behind this super weaponized Ebola, which it definitely must be, because, yes, it could have mutated on its own, but now for it to, speed up and nearly go airborne this quick, it's, it seems like it's, has a little, science facility jump start behind it.
Yeah.
And we know they like to release these things in Africa. They've done it time and time again. They go there and test their polio vaccine. They release their AIDS in Africa.
Oh yeah. Now they got the vaccine already too, right? It's something ain't right with that. And
they
Professor Griff,
before it was even an issue.
Seems like that, right? And then another thing is, okay, we sent what was it, 2,000 or 3,000? The UN sent 6,000 troops there. Is it not going to come back? Like, say one of those troops gets sick, they're not going to bring it back to the country, And I found it weird that the doctor, who was first out there, why did they bring him to Atlanta at a regular hospital, not like a biocontainment facility? That was sketchy to me. Why do we have them then?
Why bring them to a level 2 science facility with the glass windows and all that stuff? Yeah, it doesn't. a college hospital.
Yeah.
What sense does that make? Because apparently we're a nation of incompetent people, you know?
Yeah, and what's funny is, did you know Kasim Reed, the mayor from Atlanta, was at Bilderberg? And on the agenda was the problems in Africa. And when Bilderberg was going on, there was no Ebola outbreak at the time. There's problems, obviously, but it's almost like they knew, you know?
Oh yeah, they knew. I mean, that's where they do some of their planning. Not all of it, but you know, the baseline media coverage type stuff. Yeah, they definitely take care of that at Bilderberg. So, you know, that doesn't surprise me at all. They always know what's going on, and that's why they're all set and off, you know, on their warships with, you know, storable food and water and all that good stuff.
Yeah, talking about that, maybe even spaceships with the technology we don't know about, man. I'm telling you, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it like just looking into stuff, especially when you get into some of the declassified files, you know, looking at some of the writings of Bill Cooper and a lot of the documents he helped put out and stuff, you know, it's, who knows what they have? Who knows that there's not a whole colony on Mars right now? But I guess it doesn't matter if there is one right now, because it's going to be in like 10 years. So not even 10 years. What, 2020? What is that, 6 years from now?
Yeah. And yeah, the scary thing is they're said to be about 50 years ahead of us. And I mean, I know the X-37B space plane could fly from like Cali to New York in like 3 minutes, and it's being retired. So what's replacing that, you know, that? So what we don't know, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, they got literally on YouTube, you can look up Navy mounted laser like weapons that basically are firing and shooting down drones, you know. And my question is, why not give the troops like guns with the lasers? Then why not give our guys the best equipment we can? And they said it costs 2 cents to fire, so why would we not use it with the deficit we're in? And it just doesn't make sense. It's like they hoard the technology for themselves. I mean,
it's cheap.
Yeah, you know,
relatively to mass produce, it would be cheaper than mass producing guns.
Yeah,
most likely.
No ammo, nothing like that. I think that's the problem, is they don't want the soldiers coming back with that.
No, and also they probably, you know, they're phasing out the soldiers anyways. They're putting all of the robotic, you know,
good point.
animatronic, you know, fighting machines with all of these lasers and heat-seeking missiles and all that.
Oh,
you know, some troops might see it, the guys that get the Iron Man suits, but you know, they're phasing out all the normal people. They're getting the robots that build robots, go bomb ships and all that stuff.
Yeah, pretty soon they're not going to need anybody but a guy in, you know, California on a controller like Xbox, you know, one playing a game just shooting down people, and another guy controlling like, you know, some kind of big machine, like human giant monster Terminator like thing, you know. And that's how the war is going to be fought. What are we going to need humans for, you know? Like, that's the elite's way of thinking, at least. That's why the whole depopulation agenda is I think, kicking up in full gear. How are, you know, like chemtrails and things like that out by you in Wisconsin? Because, I mean, obviously by me, I'm right underneath, you know, planes going to O'Hare. It's like we're getting just bombarded. And you could see that it'll take a sunny day and turn it gloomy. You could see the grid. I mean, is it like that out by you as well, or?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's pretty bad out here. Because, I mean, we have all the produce, and, you know, they want to make sure they infect all the produce with the aluminum, the barium salts and stuff. So, yeah, man, it's every day. Nothing's changed. The chemtrails, they come out and they spray, and you point at them, and people are like, oh, no, that's just a contrail. And I'm like, yeah, that's a contrail. That right there, that's a chemtrail. That's geoengineering. See how it looks like it's just spraying stuff out?
Yeah.
A contrail doesn't necessarily look like it's being sprayed. A contrail looks like condensation coming off in a stream. A chemtrail sometimes has like that whipple, you know, that whip effect, like, you know, whipped cream kind of, whatever.
Yeah,
So,
and it doesn't dissipate like, like a
no, it just
contrail would.
sits and lays
And
down.
there's patents you could show, that show how it's done, through the jet turbine engine. I mean, you could point it all out, and people still not want to believe it just because. I had my grandpa out there. Look at that, it's beautiful. I'm like, that ain't beautiful. That's a chemtrail, man.
That could
And
give you more gallons, Grandpa.
and he's, oh no, that's always been there. I'm like, watch this plane, and I showed him the difference, and he still is, like ignorant. I don't see how he could be. He grew up in Nazi Germany. You could see how the, government gets corrupt. How do you not learn your lesson? That's a sad thing. Is one thing that's good about history. So if you learn it, you're less likely to repeat it. It seems like we're just going right down the same path of like every great civilization that's fallen.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, for the most part, except for those that we don't really have much history on. But yeah, for all of these, like the Roman Empire, we're going along that same line,
Yeah.
We're heading toward the east and heading toward our demise.
Yep. And it always seems to be Russia, right? That's like everyone tries to get greedy and take Russia, and that's when they lose. Napoleon, Hitler, and here we are trying to poke the bear. What do you feel about the whole situation, Ukraine and the Malaysian planes, the one missing and the one getting shot down? I mean, what's your take on that? You think that was a way to try to blame Russia to start some crap, or was that Russia trying to blame the, Ukraine? What's your take on that situation?
Well, first off, like, I know it's tragic because people died on the airplane,
Yeah.
but I mean, if you know that people are, waging war against each other in Ukraine, and then you were going to get on an airplane and fly over Ukraine.
Not a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
and who's, that goes back to the airliner and the air traffic controllers. And I heard that's all about basically making money because that was the direct line, the cheapest way. But the weird thing is, what about the missing one? The Malaysian, I forgot what was it, MH360 or whatever, the first one?
Well, I'm not exactly too sure of the number on it or whatever, but yeah, if it was 360 though, that would be very suspicious as well, just because of the 360 degrees of knowledge that you would probably have to know what happened to the airplane.
You want to hear something crazy? I had a source that sent me right when this happened, sent me basically stuff before then, directed energy weapons, and he said he was former CIA, sent me basically more than you'll hear on the news. And this is right when the thing went missing. He's like, there's 2 countries that know exactly what happened to this plane. They're not going to help. It got basically went without warning to high altitude, so they couldn't get their mask on, dropped at altitude. It was caught on radar. The people witnessed it. It flew to Pakistan, and it's going to be used as a troop transport plane to start like a Islamic crusade, basically in the Middle East. Then, when they're done with it, could even be used as a projectile. And and our government knows damn well where it went. And it turns out after he sent that, I think it was Indonesia and Thailand had radar hits. They had eyewitnesses that seen it. And they're yet to find anything. And that source, who is pretty consistent with sending things, I have not heard from him again. So I'm kind of worried about his well-being, because I still don't think that a plane in this damn age could go fucking missing completely without a piece of clothes washing up, anything. The seats are all like, life vests. Nothing is washed up. So something's telling me that he was right, and the fact of the matter that he hasn't sent me anything, or it's kind of scared me that he was a little too right, and they might have got him or something,
Yeah, I mean, if he sent it over like an email or something, then I definitely know he sent it.
And he was trying to switch names and stuff like that, and I was a fan of the show, and I gotta admit, sent me some really like classified stuff, and you know how that goes, man. They probably weren't happy with it. I had people from Malaysia asking me about it, and I'm just like, I hate to say it, but this is what I know. And they were happy because that was more than they found out from their own government. That's more than they found out from anyone. So it was kind of crazy for me to have to talk to some of the people whose family members were lost, you know. It was really, really eerie. But some's telling me that then you had ISIS right after that, you know, going nuts. And you wonder how all those people got there and if that plane had anything to do with it, you know, just in the back of my mind. It bothers me.
Yeah, it's crazy how, you know, all this, how, you know, ISIS and all these radicals just get handed all of this stuff, you know.
Yeah.
They got these brand new, you know, Toyota Tundras.
Yeah. Yeah. Where'd they get? I mean, I know they've taken over bases and things like that, but like you said, they got brand new.
You get Toyota Tundras, though. You know, you're taking over the Middle East. I don't think there's, you know, Toyota Tundra factories like that in the Middle East.
Good point. Where are they coming from, huh? Yeah, it's like the airlift of evil, you know. I'm sure you heard of that since, you know, you're familiar with InfoWars. I mean, we literally flew out the higher ups in Al Qaeda, you know, paid them off in gold bars. I mean, and then the only people flying that day when the 9/11 during the when the air traffic was closed was a Bin Laden family. I mean, come on, people! Like, you don't think there's something wrong with that?
Yeah, they just, oh man,
you know,
and time again.
Yeah, and I see, like you said earlier, I see there's an awakening, but not great enough to where we're gonna immediately change things. So what do you think we could do? Do you have any like future, you know, advice like for the future generations, maybe that might hear this 5 years down the road, any, you know, younger kids, of what we could actually do to make our voices heard, to force them to make legislation in our favor?
Well, one thing you can do is, you know, if you're going to be involved with, you know, the paradigm of voting, and from that aspect, you know, because there's different types of activists. There's the activists that get out in the street. There's the activists that, you know, are good at politics or whatnot and like to handle that spectrum. What you really need to do is find like-minded people, or, you know, spread the word and get people to at least, you know, open up to some of the ideas that you have about freedom, and let them go on their own path and then come back together, and then we can fight, you know. Because at the end of the day, you know, it doesn't necessarily take numbers to reach the final goal. If we take the route of, you know, pointing out all the major players and then having them rounded up, and then, you know what happens after that. But that happening, you know, is slim to none. Just because people, you know, what it would take for people to get that angry to do that. You know I'm mad, and I'd be like, yeah, we should probably do that. But a lot of other people are like, no, that's wrong. You can't do that. So we have to at least let people know what's going on, and then let them take control of their local jurisdictions, you know, their local city councils, their local, you know, townships, their mayor positions, their police departments. We need like-minded people that know the law, people that know the truth, to be the people that are leading our communities.
Yeah. So start local and go from there.
Yeah, because I mean, really trying to deal on a major scale, a nationwide scale, it's tough, you know, even with organizations. That's why, like, organizations like Cop Block and things like that, they have separate chapters that are really just independent factions, just under the cloak of Cop Block for the name and the things that come with it. But, you know, it's really just the local communities banding together and, you know, waking up and then taking action.
Yeah, speaking of Cop Block, I had William Bloom, his son, or no, that was the name, William Bloom. Man, why is he drawing a blank on his name? Bill Scott. He wrote a book, The Permit. His son was basically murdered, cold-blooded by LA, they're not LA, I mean, I'm off right now. Las Vegas Metro Police, right? He is in a Costco, no sign, say no guns. Someone called on him. They shot him. He had his concealed carry license. He had to deliver, like, you know, organs and stuff, medical stuff to, and sometimes bad communities. And plus, he was a West Point grad, so he's used to conceal and carry. And didn't see the sign. Someone called the cops. The cops came shooting. Noticed there was a BlackBerry in his hand. They replaced it with one of his other guns. They broke in his house, literally took a gun. Then, not even lying, I had his dad tell him the story on my show. He wrote a book, The Perm. It was discussing that. I also, you know, I had Joe Biggs on probably about 6 times already, 7 times. And he took the footage, you know, of the cop in Ferguson pointing the gun, saying he was going to fucking kill the crowd and stuff. And that night I got called, like, man, probably like 50 to 70 times. Like, and I finally, you know, answered a few times and finally let them talk. They told me they were going to kill me, this and that. I should know what I'm getting myself into. I was going to try to, you know, get Scott onto basically InfoWars if I could. And they said he wouldn't live to see that and tell Joe Biggs that we're going to slit his fucking throat. And
yeah, that's
and
control,
Cop
man.
Block and a bunch of other, I mean, it only blew up in their face because of like Cop Block, and everyone must got picked up like 80 times, the article. It's one of my, you know, best viewed shows. So it only helped me out. And I was thinking in my head, do you think that you're really going to scare Joe Biggs? Like, you know, like, the guy's been through hell. Like, this is not going to scare, it's not scaring me. Actually, I felt bad for the father, you know, lost his son, Bill Scott, because he was more worried about me than I was worried about anything, you know. But it's just amazing how Cop Block and all these sites picked it up like that. And it shows that, you know, we do have people that, you know, got your back if things happen like that. Showed me that, you know. And it's a good feeling because we are starting to unite, but it's hard when you have the mainstream media opposing that and pushing their agenda, which is the opposite, you know?
Right. Yeah, you're right about that, but at least they're liars and people can see through that. So it kind of just gives us more credibility in a way.
You're right. No, yeah. It's like the Obama thing, you know? It kind of, unfortunately, we had such high hopes out here for the guy, but in the long run, it's probably better off because now we see no matter who it is, what race you are, what religion, it's going to be the same thing.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we have to amend the Constitution to get rid of, like, basically corporations with their unlimited spending, which is to me like the root of corruption. And I'm not against changing the Constitution, but that's the only way to get over anything the Supreme Court rules on. So that'd be the one adjustment I guess I'd make.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could always get a new ruling. If we can get them to re-rule it, that would work as well.
Yeah.
Which might be easier.
Yeah, I remember
I
had I was thinking the same thing. I think it was Jesse Ventura off the grid who said that now it's the only way to do it would be amend the Constitution. I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. So basically, we're stuck with this the rest of our lives. Because I don't see a Hillary Clinton amending the Constitution, because I have a feeling that's the next puppet they're going to throw at us. What about you?
Yeah, well, if I don't want to go all the way and say that I don't care. I'm going to say I hope that it's not Hillary Clinton.
We'll have a first lesbian president.
If it is her, she's a witch. And I think, I mean, I feel like, I don't know, she might definitely mess himself up, but I really don't think the Dems are going to get into power again. Not at a presidential level, even if it is Hillary Clinton, unless, you know, well, I mean, I guess I can't say that because she is a woman, and that feminism has been pumping pretty hard lately.
And I've seen Hillary 2016 bumper stickers already, bro. Like all over the place here. I'm like,
oh yeah, you're in Chicago, so you're in Trendy Central. I have to go down by the lake in Kenosha to see
I know exactly. Right. Yeah. No, dude, I swear I've seen it at least 5-6 times. Hillary 2016. I'm like, she hasn't even declared that she's running yet, man. Chill out, you know.
That's that's one of the things that I find very suspicious about the whole Democratic Party, because they just seem to have so much money, man. And like Mary Burke, she's running for governor here in Wisconsin on the Democratic platform, and there's signs everywhere for Mary Burke, and it's like she's handing signs out to people. Because literally, I doubt this many people bought signs for Mary Burke.
Yeah, no, just like we got Quinn out here running for governor. He even I go to watch my Thursday show, and he put an ad on my YouTube video. I'm like, you got to be kidding me! I see your commercial every 5 minutes, man. Like, how much money do you have? Like, it's like Bruce Rauner kills little kids. Bruce Rauner is an asshole. And then all of a sudden he's on my show. I mean, come on now. Like, can you at least leave me alone? Like, I don't think you're advertising on the right show either, buddy. You might want to check, But yeah, I mean, it's insane how the spending is. And if you say you came here from like Europe or something, you would think like everyone running for office was like the worst person in the world, the scum of the earth.
Yeah, and you probably never vote.
Yeah, I really don't anyway, because out here it's Democrat or Republican, and there's never been an independent that's even had a chance.
Do you guys still have the Zionist mayor out there?
Oh, Rami,
yeah.
Oh God, yeah, he loves me. I'll tell you that.
Sure he does.
Yeah,
you guys better be careful. He might sneak up on you with those ballerina feet he has.
Oh man, dude, you know what? I had Wayne Madsen on talking about his father, who was like basically like a terrorist, blowing up U.S. soldiers coming back from World War II, and exposed just about everything. I've done petitions for him to pay his camera light bills that he's racked up, because it's not fair that we have to and he can't. I've pretty much been a thorn in his side as much as I can, and he hasn't done much anything. He sold our parking meters. You know how you guys got right by the lake over in Kenosha right there, to like Germany. Like, and the price is, it's like costs like for an hour, like $3, like for an hour to park anywhere. So
your money can go overseas.
Yeah, and the tollways, like on the 90 Kennedy here, they go to Spain. Like that used to be put back into the streets and stuff to fix the highways and the roads.
No, man, that's not what America's about. America's about paying money to Spain and Switzerland and all these other nations that have nothing to do with our infrastructure.
Yeah, exactly. Foreign aid is taken from our poor and given it to some other country's rich.
I don't understand why we pay other nations and then send money to other nations. Why don't we just keep all of our money, all of our funds, all of our food here, and then we'd have no homeless people, and we'd have so much productivity that we would just, be just sweating gold.
Yeah, and no one's gonna come invade us. Are you kidding me? Like, with the Second Amendment, I think it was somebody.
No one but ISIS.
Yeah, let them.
ISIS is the only people with balls that we're supposed to believe to sneak into the nation.
Come on.
Cause trouble, huh?
Oh, come on. Like, I would like to see them try, man. I mean, seriously, like a Normandy invasion, and they wouldn't even make it up the beach. I swear. And it's crazy. In Chicago, like a month ago, there was a guy driving around with the ISIS flag, and told the cops he had a car bomb and he didn't and stuff. So it even is catching on out here, and my show will get blocked, on YouTube, but they could post beheading videos. I mean, what is that? That doesn't tell you that the government has something to do with them. I don't know what does. I mean, the day that Second Amendment's worse than a beheading is the day that we need to all really, question what the hell's going on. Because have you dealt with any repercussions, censorship, threats, like anything like that?
Well, I mean, censorship is just something that happens naturally, I feel. Like the algorithms and stuff like that. Like, I've had my website blocked on college sites. So, the people looking for higher knowledge, higher education couldn't find it.
Okay.
Stuff like that. I've had a meeting with the chief of police just to confirm that I was going to be harassed you know, until
You met
the
with
end
the
of my
chief of
existence.
police to confirm that you're going to get harassed. All right, man. I know you're going to mess with me. I'm just here to make sure.
Yeah, basically, if you guys, like, literally, because, you know, except for the past 2 times since I've talked to the chief, every single time I get pulled over, they want to bring extra squads, they want to bring dogs, they want to just search everybody and everything and all this stuff. And I'm just like, why am I being treated like I'm a criminal when we didn't do anything wrong at all? And you're about to waste an hour and a half of my life again for no reason.
And then
so I had to
knows?
call the chief. They didn't want to even let me schedule an appointment with them. I had to put them in their place. Like, I pay your salaries. You're not going to say I can't talk to the chief, you know. And I talked to him just to confirm, you know. And it was funny because when I came in to talk to him, he pulled up like my Facebook page and a comment that I had made about how, you know, the drugs don't come into Kenosha because of Jerome on the corner of 60th or whatever. Just using a random name to incite that, you know, the hustlers on the corner aren't the people that are shipping in the drugs. And you know who are the people. So he had like the commander of the K-Dog unit who likes to use civil forfeiture to rob people of their property and then go buy Bearcats. I've written articles about that have gone viral on my website and Wide Awake America and the Rundown Live and all these other sites. They got picked up by a bunch of people. But, you know, it's really ridiculous. So I just wanted confirmation that I'm going to be treated like a slave. And, you know, the nicest way he could say it was yes.
Wow. So he actually said straight up, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much everything that happened to me is deemed constitutional. So it's up to the officer dealing with me whenever I deal with a stop. And literally I encounter the police like at least 20 to 25 times a year, if not more.
Wow.
And I know people that have never been stopped by the police.
Yeah. I
now
mean,
I
I've
just
been
go around
lucky.
filming them.
I got pulled over more before I was politically active, actually. So I'm pretty lucky, I guess.
Yeah, I get pulled over less now, which is, you know, it's really, I guess it really depends on, you know, which, you know, part of the spectrum you come from or whatever. But I literally get picked with less because I finally just put my foot down, sat down with them and said, like, you know, dude has my phone number. I have his phone number. You know, if I feel like I need to call him because of a situation, then I might need to do that. But I'm still going to be out here. I film the cops regularly. If you guys check out my YouTube channel, I just help a kid basically get out of jail because cops won't handle him because he was riding his bicycle through a parking lot. So, I mean, I just try to involve myself in any interaction with police that I feel is kind of sketchy or looks sketchy because, like, KPD, they're known around Wisconsin for being sketchy. I mean, the laws have been changed that police cannot investigate themselves here in Wisconsin because of this situation that happened with KPD, where a gentleman by the name of Michael Bell, his son was shot in the head by KPD.
Wow.
And it was very, very unjust how it happened. They ended up settling out of court. A long story short, he used the money to go on a campaign, and now the law has been changed. So, I mean, it's really just about being active. Like I said, that's what I try to do. That's what I try to talk about. On my show, I like to bring on different activists, you know, people with different ideas. I also like to get in, like, the tech side of things because, you know, they're trying to give us brain chips and have us fuse. Well, not have us, but they're trying to fuse with machines and live forever and stuff. So it's kind of cool to look at, you know, how robotics are being brought into everyday life and all that cool
movement.
stuff.
They all want to be gods. But yeah, we got a few minutes left. You want to tell people what time your show's on, where they could find all your work and things like that?
Yeah, most definitely. Thanks again. I want to thank you for
no
having
problem,
me on the
man.
broadcast.
Anytime. It's good to, you know, meet like minds and network and connect and help each other out, man. I'll post your, you know, show to my page and, you know, you could share mine and we work together and that's, you know, that's how we're going to win, defeat these people in the long run.
Yeah, man, that's most definitely what we're doing here in Wisconsin. We're building up a nice coalition. It's called Waking Up Wisconsin. There's a free magazine that gets put out, you know, quarterly, here. We're on a third issue that actually gets released tomorrow. We just hand those out to free for people. We have people, send in articles and stuff like that. So wakingupwisconsin.com, you guys check that out. The new magazine will be out. Check out my website, theaverageliberator.com, and my YouTube channel, The Average Liberator, on YouTube. I have like a bunch of the interviews that I've done. I do rant videos and, give my perspective on things and reviews and all different sorts of things up on there for people to just try new products or get different points of information and all that good stuff. So just look for me there on YouTube and my site, theaverageliberator.com. And if you want to check out my show, Monday through Friday on conspiracywire.com/live or wideawakeamerica.com/live, you can find my show at 10 p.m. Central Time. It's an hour straight through. I have cool guests. We talk news. We talk false flags. We talk, mystery religions. We talk hidden knowledge, all that cool stuff. So yeah, check out the show. And again, thanks for having me on, Pete.
Yeah, no problem, man. I'd like to have you on again sometime in the near future, man. Just, hit me up. You got all my information. We'll work it out. Or I would love coming on your show or calling in or whatnot. But I'll be a fan of your show for sure, man.
Most definitely, man. Yeah, I'd love to have you on my show as well. Sometime soon, actually. That'd be cool.
Cool.
So I'll talk to you soon. We can get something set up. And yeah, like I said, anytime you want me to come on, no problem. I'll come on. And like I said, we're trying to build a coalition here. Like I said, we have the group here in Wisconsin, but, we need to, bring everything together, because Kenosha's not that far from Chicago.
No.
And, I'm sure you have a group there. We can build together that way. We can build in our communities, and we can bring the communities together and so on and so forth, and just build liberty, man. So,
Yeah. Amen, man. That's exactly what I'm trying to do out here. So I'm very, very happy we met each other, and we got the same goal, and I think we could make it happen if we work hard enough, bro.
Most definitely, man. So yeah, I'll be in touch, and like I said, anytime you want me on, just hit me up. And thanks everybody out there for listening to my nonsense.
Oh, come on now. No, man, that was really informative, man, and thank you very much. I really do appreciate it, Koerri, and we'll be in contact like as soon as possible, brother. I appreciate you coming on and supporting me, and anything I could do for you, just, I'm a phone call or a text message away, man, 45 minutes away. If you ever need me out there, let me know.
All right, most definitely, man. We'll be in touch.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Stay safe, man.
You too, brother. See ya. That's Koerri Washington from the Average Liberator. I'd say check his website out right now, and don't forget to watch his show Mondays through Friday at 10 p.m. And we're gonna go to a quick break, and then Staff Sergeant Joe Biggs from Infowars.com will be joining us. And I actually wanted to play something that happened during September 11th that I forgot to play. It is basically a fireman, first responder there, who literally pretty much, I'll let you hear it for himself, but this guy is retired now. He could speak his mind, and it's basically he blows the Building 7 cover up like right. It's done. So I'll be right back. You're listening to Pete Wichert, and this is The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction.
I'm Leanne McAdoo with Infowars.com, reporting here from Times Square. I am standing next to Rudy Dent. He's a 32-year veteran of the New York City Fire Department. He's worked as well with the New York City Police Department. And you retired right after 9/11. He was there on 9/11. He saw World Trade Center Tower 7 come down. Rudy, tell us about what happened that day.
Well, I was off that day, and I received a call at home, and I got to see both buildings come down on TV. I jumped on my motorcycle. I did about 120 miles an hour across the Tappan Zee. I reported to my firehouse, and then I got my gear. A bunch of us got together. We commandeered a mail truck, and we made our way down to the site. At that time, Building 7 was still up. I saw Building 7 come down. My fellow firefighters who were there, they did that involuntary jerk when a loud explosion goes off. You know, you can't help it, and they did. I'm a Vietnam veteran too, so I kind of didn't jump like they did, but there was an explosion. The building did come down in complete classical controlled demolition. It came down on its own footprint. There's no question about that. As a matter of fact, Richard Gage from Architects and Engineers has completely handled that from his area of expertise. Okay.
Now, we heard rumblings, things that the fire department was saying that they were overhearing Larry Silverstein talking to his insurance company of whether or not he should have the building pulled. In your professional opinion, was the building pulled?
Well, let me say this. In the New York City Fire Department, as I said, I had 32 years there. I was a chauffeur, and I was also a trained fire marshal. A fire marshal is considered an expert witness in court. He's like a forensic detective. He has the power to administer the oath, take testimony, and issue a subpoena. That's a lot of power. And he's a highly trained investigative person in his area of expertise in arson. And we have no term that I know of that says pulling buildings. That's not our area of expertise. We've never done that. We don't do that. So for him to say that, I don't know where he pulled that out of, but it's just not part of our operations, okay?
Right, so the fire department doesn't have the training to pull a building, to demo a building like that.
We're not trained to do that. We've never done that in my 32 years. I know of no evolution whatsoever that does that.
And then talk to me a little bit, obviously, as a professional in the fire department for 30 plus years, they're saying that blaming it on office fires, just a few office fires.
Well, if it wasn't so serious a situation, that would be completely laughable. That is ridiculous. First of all, our guys were up there. They were calling for additional hand lines to mop up the isolated pockets of fire. And let me just explain one thing. Never in the history of a world, never in the history of high-rise skyscrapers has ever a skyscraper ever come down because of fire. And I'm talking massive fire. And you know the reason why? Because fire does not burn by itself hot enough to compromise and melt steel. What we had in the World Trade Center, and I saw myself, was molten lava-like pockets of molten steel. All right, I spent the night on the pile searching for bodies, and I saw that with my own eyes. So who are you going to believe? Are you going to believe a bunch of government bureaucrats or my fellow brothers, which I lost 343 guys that day? And I lost Tommy O'Hagan, Bruce Van Hines, and Kenny Kumpel. And I can never forget that. I think of that before I go to bed. I think about it the first thing in the morning when I wake up. And it's in honor of them and their family that I will continue to do everything I can to make the rest of the world wake up to the fact that this was a false flag operation.
Right. And now, as you're out there with professionals who understand what it is that they're seeing, what were you all saying to each other when you're looking at this molten lava?
Well, we were overcome with grief. First of all, we lost 343 guys. We weren't talking about that. If you look at the numerous videos, you'll see the guys bent over in incredible grief. One of the things that we have in the fire department is an incredible brotherhood. We do what we do, an aggressive interior attack, because we believe in each other. We know that our guys will pull us out if we get into trouble. And if we lose somebody, we're family. We're very close. We know each other's families. We know each other's children. And one of the things that I've been privy to is I'm proud of is that the New York City Fire Department is a calling. It brings out the best in guys, in men who put their lives on the line to save other people's lives. New York City Fire Department is probably the least integrated of all the services, right? When I first came into the firehouse, it was all heavy brogues and stuff. But those same guys I've seen them bent over giving mouth to mouth to little black children that they've just pulled out of a building. And typically when you die or when you cease to start to breathe, you throw up. And they gave them mouth to mouth. You know, I've seen incredible acts of heroism. I love my fellow firefighters. We love each other. And I'm dedicated to exposing this false flag that took their lives.
What do your comrades say to you? What do people say to you? Because we've tried to talk to some people, and of course, you know, they have to worry about their pension and things like that.
They cannot comment. And I'm retired. But while I was on, I was approached by the news, and I deferred from commenting for two reasons. First of all, I was at 1993, the first bombing, and I saw that. I stood shoulder to shoulder with the FBI while they foraged for little paint chips. And with their forensic science, they can take that paint chip and tell you the make and model of the vehicle that it belonged to. All right, and that was a bombing. This was a bombing.
What did you think about them taking all of the debris away so quickly?
That was a crime in and of itself, because the classical thing that any investigator is taught is protect the crime scene. And NIST and the 9/11 Commission lied to the public. I mean, you cannot be that stupid. You cannot be that stupid. In law, as a former police officer, every crime or offense has a degree of mental culpability. Either you knowingly, intentionally, recklessly, or negligently committed the act. And the mere fact that there were obviously, the definition of a conspiracy is when two or more people acting in concert knowingly commit an offense or a crime, all right? A misdemeanor or a felony. An offense. That is the definition of a conspiracy. Was this a conspiracy? Absolutely. Yes, it was. And those people need to go to jail for treason.
Is there anything else that you want to say to anyone out there? Anyone who might be wanting to come forward, but they're scared?
I want to thank you, because you're all we have. InfoWars, right? And independent press to try to get the word out to the public, because the public is mesmerized by the mainstream media. And let me give you my opinion of the mainstream media. The mainstream media is, their mission is to act as the most effective weapon of mass deception and public manipulation the world has ever seen. And if you don't think that's so, ask anyone any taboo question that the mainstream media frowns upon with its army of trusted celebrity prostitutes. Right. All right? We've seen and you will see a sadly predictable knee-jerk reactionary response from the public, because that's what they've been trained to believe and trust in. Right. All right? Absolutely.
Well, we are very glad that you took the time to speak with us to try and help break through that paradigm. We see, you know, here it is. It's very much like they live all around us with all this programming and just consistent programming with the ceremony. And we're just so thankful that people like you aren't afraid to speak out, aren't afraid to be laughed at, aren't afraid to be, you know, your friends say, "What are you doing, man? Come on," you're maybe disrespectful.
You know, I think times are telling, because, as you know, my name is Rudy Dent. I did an interview with Ludowski, yeah. And that interview got over 51,000 views and still climbing. It got over 1,500 likes, and it only got 32 insults.
Right.
All right.
The people,
that's not bad.
They're ready for the truth, and they can think, you know, 13 years, people are going to forget. We will never forget. We remember. You remember
this. The founding fathers were up against impossible odds. They were up against King George III, upon whose holdings the sun never set. They were only 4%, and look what happened.
Absolutely. America.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Well, Leah McAdoo reporting from Times Square, and there you have it. The people are ready for truth. It does not matter how many of these anniversaries go by, the truth will reveal itself in due time.
We begin tonight with the latest on the crisis in Iraq. Today, the U.S. announced that 275 U.S. armed forces are deploying to the country to provide support and security for U.S. personnel and the embassy in Baghdad. The force is deploying for the purpose of protecting U.S. citizens and property, and if necessary, it is equipped for combat. This comes just after the heightened violence that's been sweeping the country as insurgents gain a stronger foothold in the north. One by one, Iraqi cities are falling to an Islamist militant group that's determined to move forward in taking control of Baghdad. The blue dots shown here are cities that ISIS has seized recently. Last week, Mosul and Tikrit fell to rebel fighters, and just yesterday, militants took control of Tal Afar, which is just west of Mosul. The takeover of Tal Afar came just as Sunni militants claimed that they had massacred 1,700 Iraqi security forces. And in doing so, they posted graphic pictures of a mass execution in Tikrit as evidence and warning of more killing to come. Back here in Washington, the State Department announced yesterday that it had reinforced security at the U.S. Embassy and was relocating some of the U.S. Embassy staff to more stable places in and outside of the country. At the same time, the Obama administration has been considering its approach to the situation. Right now, it says everything is on the table, from U.S.-Iranian military cooperation to unilateral airstrikes. And the latest is that the White House is even considering sending a small number of American special forces to Iraq to help Baghdad slow the insurgency. To discuss the next moves for the U.S., earlier I spoke with former Minnesota governor and host of Off the Grid, Jesse Ventura. I first asked him if the U.S. has an obligation to help de-escalate the conflict.
Well, I don't know. You know, let's go back to the Iraq War and how it started. I mean, it was based upon lies to begin with. When the United States entered that war way back in 2003, we were told weapons of mass destruction, ties to al-Qaeda. They all turned out to be false. They were all totally bogus. And so we go in there, we overthrow Saddam Hussein, we occupy them for 10 years, and now it's all falling apart again. Well, do you want my honest opinion? If the United States of America is going to go back into Iraq, I think George Bush and Dick Cheney should lead the way. They should be the first two on the ground in Iraq, leading us back in there.
All right. Well, multiple cities have fallen to Islamist militants. Rebels are quickly gaining control of much of the northern part of the country. So based on the momentum we're seeing right now, what are the implications for the U.S. if Baghdad actually falls to the insurgents?
I don't know. You know, to me, it's them forming their own countries. You obviously got Muslim movements, the Shiites, the Sunnis. They don't get along. They haven't gotten along for thousands of years, and they've created these Middle Eastern countries that put them all together. Maybe we should look at this as an opportunity for the Middle East to create their own countries, to where these religions can all have their own separate countries, and that way maybe it'll bring some sort of stabilization and end this ludicrous wars that go on there for years and years and years. In other words, I'm saying maybe it's time for the rest of the world to butt out and allow them to settle their differences themselves. These are civil wars going on.
So let's go back to 2011, the official pullout of U.S. forces from the country. Critics now say that the president should have left a residual force behind after combat, or perhaps should have focused more on Iraqi Prime Minister Maliki in his approach to sectarianism in transitioning out of Iraq. Obviously, should they have gone in the first place, but in transitioning out, could the U.S. have done something differently to avoid the chaos that we're seeing right now?
I don't think so. This is all internal. This is Iraq. This is religion. This is religion fighting itself over there. What could the United States possibly do to intervene and make it right? And again, we are the ones that caused all of this. We caused it by destabilizing the Iraq government when we invaded and caused war, invaded the country, occupied it, overthrew its existing government. So, you know, it doesn't surprise me a bit. Remember, I lost a job at MSNBC because I opposed the war. Nobody was opposing the war back in '03, and lo and behold, I look like a soothsayer today, don't I?
All right, well, let's talk about what options are on the table for the U.S. right now. Secretary Kerry said recently that the U.S. would be open to discussions with Iran over what to do, and it did not rule out military cooperation with the country. What are the implications of the U.S. working with Iran in this situation?
Well, you know what? I think it's wonderful, that aspect of it. But why should we be working with Iran against other Muslims over there? Why can't we stay out of it and allow them to solve their own problems? These are religious problems. You don't want to get caught up in religion and its problems. Trust me.
Mm-hmm. And other military action that hasn't yet been ruled out, of course, by the administration are airstrikes and drone strikes. What are your thoughts on the United States moving forward unilaterally? Could this really do more harm than good in the end?
Yes, I think it absolutely could. Every time we have a drone strike, we create that many more, quote, terrorists. It seems we're out there trying to create terrorists so we have someone to fight, because that's all these drones are doing. And as I understand it, in reading Scahill's book, they're operating in about 14 countries right now with these drones. How would we feel if another country flew drones in our country? Would we allow that? Of course not. You know, I'm a believer in Major General Smedley Butler, the two-time Congressional Medal of Honor winner who wrote the great book, War is a Racket. Smedley says we need to pass a constitutional amendment that the U.S. troops cannot go over 500 miles from our border. We should pass that because we have the capability to blow up anything in the world. Why do we need our troops spread out all over the world and us policing the entire world? We got enough problems in our own backyard. Why aren't we taking care of the United States problems instead of the world problems?
Do you think it could ultimately create some blowback?
Oh, absolutely it's going to. Everything we do over there helps to create blowback. We are the foreigners. We're the ones sticking our nose in their business. Let me give it to you this way. I love to tell this story. When the United States was discovered for the Anglo-Saxon world, Columbus came here on a mission. He was trying to find a way to India by avoiding the Middle East. Now, this was 500 or more years ago. They were avoiding the Middle East. Shouldn't we kind of learn something why Columbus was willing to defy science, because at that time they believed you'd fall off the earth, that it was flat. But he was willing to fall off the earth rather than go through the Middle East. I rest my case.
So former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton stated in her recent book, Hard Choices, that voting for the Iraq War is one of her biggest regrets. She now admits that. She said, quote, "I thought I had acted in good faith and made the best decision I could with the information I had, and I wasn't alone in getting it wrong, but I still got it wrong, plain and simple." As more politicians reverse their stance on the Iraq War, do you think their new outlook could influence the U.S. response to the current crisis here?
Well, it won't matter unless it's to save their political jobs. Let's remember that. That's why Hillary's doing this now. That's why she's coming to grips. At the time, they were all on board, because if you weren't on board, you were called unpatriotic. If you didn't vote to go to war in Iraq, you were considered unpatriotic. Jesse Ventura knows that label well, because I was speaking out against the war before it happened, and I was labeled unpatriotic for doing that. So they're just being typical politicians. They're licking their finger, they're holding it up to the wind to find out where public sentiment and how they can save their political careers. The great thing about me as an independent, I didn't care about a political career. I did what I felt was right or wrong. I'm pleased Hillary has come out and said that. But why did she vote it back then? She voted it to save their political hind ends, because they would have been labeled unpatriotic and they'd have lost their next election. And for them, Democrats and Republicans, it's all about getting elected over and over and over again.
I was host of Off the Grid and former Minnesota Governor Jesse Ventura.
and future president of the United States, Jesse Ventura. You're back live with Pete Wichert, and this is The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction, and this is the last segment here on September 27th of 2014, and it's the last show of September already. Wow. Fall's here, winter's coming. Not good times, right, Danny? But
where's my 90-degree temperatures? I
yeah,
want 90s.
well, it was nice earlier, but yeah, right now I'm just basically going to open up the phone lines. If anyone wants to talk about Ebola, if anyone wants to talk about anything, basically free for all, bring it. Alien supporters want to make your case on live, radio / YouTube TV. Call, make your case. The number's 1-773-657-3341. That's 1-773-657-3341.
It's on the board to your left there.
If
I can see it.
If you're a YouTube watcher and not on Spreaker, it is on the board right here. And the number again, 1-773-657-3341. We very rarely open up the lines due to the amount of guests, so I'm trying to give the people a chance to call in. Until then, I'm going to go over some news. One thing locally here that caught my eye, and Rahm Emanuel's on like my list now, like he's jumping quick, and I just saw this the other day. And it's 92% of black male teenagers unemployed in Chicago. But Rahm Emanuel is opening jobs up to illegal immigrants who basically came here illegally. And he's actually giving nearly 23,000 city-funded jobs to illegal immigrants. How do people feel about that in Chicago? Are you unemployed? Are you looking for work? Are you Hispanic? Are you from Mexico? Are you from Latin America and came here legally and are upset? Are you an illegal that's here and wants to make your case for, coming to America and why? I'd like to hear that too as well. So again, the number's 1-773-657-3341. Right here. Slam Internet Radio. Call us. The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction. We'd like to hear from you. All right. So pretty much that bothers me because right now there's plenty of people in Chicago that could use the work. Okay. There's plenty. We're not doing good. It's hard times right now. And to give that many jobs away, it's like mind blowing. And I'd just like to know where all these people are being kept. And for my research, it's where they're going to move the prisoners from Guantanamo Bay at Thompson Correctional Facility, which were just about the time this whole wave came in, just so happened to want to make it more of a living. They wanted it to be easier to live in a prison. That doesn't make sense unless you're bringing people that aren't prisoners in. So if they're going to make it more comfy for you, that sounds like that's where they want. So why are people sneaking here to go to prison and then get hired for a job? It doesn't seem right to me. So I don't know. I just like to hear from anyone on that situation personally out here, if it affects you personally, if you could elaborate on it. But moving on to national news here, there is basically benswan.com makes a great pitch for the U.S. basically creating a constant, fighting, perpetual war by fighting ISIS, by funding ISIS, similar to Al Qaeda. It's the same concept. You fund a group to go in, destabilize the area, then we come in as the saviors and send Al Qaeda or ISIS or ISIL or whatever the hell you want to call them this week or this day, and maybe they'll have a new name tomorrow, to a different country, and the same thing goes on. Pay them in gold, fly them out, move them on. And I thought that article on benswan.com was really good. You should check that out. We also have another article on WND.com, and it's basically Judge. It's titled "Judge Gives Eric Holder Fast and Furious Ultimatum," and I'd love to see him held accountable for that, because when my dad was still alive working, co-worker he had was from Mexico, and his entire family was found in a trunk of a car, killed brutally with machetes. And yes, it's because of the drug cartels getting so much power. Well, as Mao Zedong said, power comes out of the barrel of political power comes out of the barrel of a gun. And we provided that political power by providing the gun. So check that out. Also on Breitbart was another Second Amendment related issue. When I was on Scott's, the True Sentinel with Scott, I brought this up. He asked me to elaborate on the Second Amendment. I often, hear that's for hunting and this and that. No, it's not for hunting, because like I said before, hi, how's it going? I'm actually live on YouTube and the radio right now. Hi. See, we got fans coming up to the show. That's why I'm open lines and no one calls, but people walk here just to say hi. I feel comfortable saying that people are scared to call, or people are literally they can't prove that aliens exist, or they're not upset that their jobs are being taken, or they're just having a good time out on a Saturday night at a bar. Like, the world is great when we got too many issues to deal with, way too many issues to I mean, yeah, I understand having a good time, but man, you got to realize there's some real problems in this world, and going and drinking them away isn't going to solve nothing. And okay, so Breitbart basically has a piece that came out on the 24th of this month, how gun control made England the most violent country. And again, it's the Second Amendment's not for hunting. It's to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government, which our government has become. And the founding fathers, whether they're Freemasons, not, saw this as a potential way to prevent America from becoming what England was, with a king. And now look what we have. We have a king, or a dictator. We don't have a president anymore. And the Second Amendment gives us the right to stand up with arms and basically kick them out of office and replace them and defend ourselves from any kind of martial law type scenario. Well, the problem is that they are getting, the transhumanist movement, the robotics, the weaponized robotics system. It's getting to the point soon where they're just going to start taking out protesters with drones, people. And I hope we have some 50 cals. That's all I can say. But it goes on to talk about, how and I know from talking to Scott that, the police weren't even really weren't armed. I'm sure everyone's seen the video, the guy getting beheaded right on the streets there, and no one could stop him. And you have a Second Amendment, somebody on the street sees that going on, bam, shoots the guy. Maybe that guy's not dead. Maybe, the thousands of other incidents in England, old women getting beat up with baseball bats. If you take away the gun, people will find another way to kill you if they want to kill you. They'll stab you. They'll find even more brutal techniques, like in India with the rods and the sticking up women's private areas. The gun, these women wanted a similar thing that we have, a Second Amendment, a right to bear arms to protect themselves. So England gave that up. Now they got the most, they're the most violent country in Europe, and their crime rate is like skyrocketing. And Alex Jones pointed that on the whole Piers Morgan debate year ago, or if not longer. And to be honest with you, it is a issue. They want to disarm the public. That always happens when a dictator takes over. Like they take out the police, or they get the military either to join them, or they purge the military and they take away the arms from the civilians. And now, England is, can't really say Chicago is the worst anymore. I think we dropped to some stats like the 5th worst crime rate now in the country. But England, I mean, it's some brutal murders going on there, people. And the Second Amendment would help them because, I mean, my God, if you don't even have police that are armed, how could they stop someone who actually gets a legal gun? I mean, it'd be like Grand Theft Auto with the police not having a gun. You could go on a killing spree all day and not get arrested or nothing. I mean, it's almost ridiculous. It's like going to war with old school cavalry and a sword against modern army. So England is the exact opposite route of what we should be taking. And why did we break away from England to then follow their footsteps? And Piers Morgan, with your armed bodyguards and such, I love how Alex said, why don't you move back there? Because it's the truth. If you like it there so much, stop telling us what to do and get rid of our guns and go live where they took the guns, Piers. Yep, no, you have bodyguards, and I know that for a fact. So next story that really caught my eye, again, is from WND.com. This is also from this month. Flights posting Ebola risk to U.S. continue. So basically, there are confirmed people that have been in the regions that were exposed to Ebola, could possibly be like carrying the disease, the virus, and then bringing it back here. And instead of being cautious and grounding flights or stopping flights to certain areas, oh no, let's just fly the people right in. Why don't we just send them to Atlanta? Kasim Reed knows how to take care of them, right? I mean, we don't need level 3. We just send them to a regular hospital. Let's just send them to a college hospital. Why don't we just send them to a dorm room and have grad student work on people affected with Ebola? I mean, it's getting ridiculous. And then the vaccines, like with people's blood. Do you realize you have to actually keep shooting yourself with the vaccine over and over and over and over to stay immune? So that's not really a long-term solution. And vaccines, in my opinion, and overall are bad. And definitely this Ebola one seems to have been like right there at the too early to this. And to be honest with you, I think this has more to do with us trying to get our hands on something in Africa, like Professor Griff said. They sent Obama there. They put a African American in office, and like to quote him, they put a black face on the New World Order. And what a better way to get into Africa is to pose as the saviors again, this time humanitarian saviors, and sure enough, expose our men and women who serve in the armed forces to this deadly disease that then could come back to America and could affect your loved ones. So not smart, and you should be angry about that too, because at the very least they should postpone these flights. Now, I'm sure everyone's heard of the guy who's hiding out in the woods and shot the police, so they put the whole town on martial law, basically. Well, just similar to what happened in Washington, D.C. with the lady who got killed for driving up to the White House near it during the government shutdown. Well, this time the police cruiser smashed into a stopped car and off of the manhunt for Eric Freeman. And there's a media blackout. So that's suspicious to me. That means they're gonna kill him. Okay, like media blackout means they're sending in everyone they can, and when they find him, he's dead because he killed cops, and yeah, he probably deserves to go to jail. I do not, endorse his behavior, but in the same sense, there shouldn't be a media blackout, and there also should be. I just don't see how one guy could just hide out this long. Like, if you're really doing your job, I think they're a little scared to go in and get him, but. That's not right in a sense either. But the police who are out there patrolling, please be cautious and stop driving like maniacs. The guy's in the woods hiding, not on the street, driving in a car. And to smash into a stop car, it just goes to show you how reckless they are. And in a panic frenzy, which in a sense, I don't blame them. But be careful. You don't need to take any more lives. It's that simple. So also, this is from iflscience.com. Health and medicine. DARPA developing tiny implants which trigger self-healing. And trust me, anything that comes from DARPA is not going to give you self-healing. It's probably going to give you self-destruction. Okay, so watch out for any kind of implants. But you like how you hear implants and you hear microchips. We had Dwight Magnum on talking about that. It's getting to the point where they could put a microchip in a vaccine, people, and you could get shot with one and not even know it. They could put in water. They could do a lot with it. They could, and then all of a sudden you have a chip and you're being tracked. And believe it or not, there's people like a guy that went on Jesse Ventura's conspiracy theory saying, yeah, I'm a Manchurian candidate. And Jesse kind of laughed at him. He's a little guy. The guy's dead serious, right? Turns out afterwards, he went to the doctor. He had all these implants all over him and stuff. So makes you wonder. And I'm not going to say that they didn't spend a ton of money on trying to create one. So that was already way back in the 60s, 70s. So imagine now, they could probably do it without even implanting anything, to be honest with you. And let's see, from the economist.com, we have Hamas being forced to make political concessions to ensure reconstruction after its war. So pretty much it's good that Hamas is getting, I guess, recognized as a legitimate government to actually have to sit down and work with them like that. That's kind of interesting. Israel, I don't see. Well, you never know. I mean, we did just give up Bergdahl for, I don't know, 5. They wanted 6 initially of the hierarchy of, the terrorists. So it doesn't surprise me one bit. But another thing with Israel that I saw from the globalresearch.ca, nuclear inspection of Israel by the International Atomic Energy Agency, it was rejected. Now you're going to tell why. What are you hiding, Israel? You get mad, and we got mad at Saddam and basically took out his whole regime because of actually, I as far as I know, he pretty much let them, and maybe he didn't cooperate as much as they want, but he didn't completely refuse them. And Iran has definitely let people come in. So why does Israel get to refuse? I know the Republican Party's bound to Israel and won't say nothing, but I'm going to say something because I'm not bound to any damn party. And if you're going to go and invade Iraq because they wouldn't let the UN inspectors check out their atomic program or look for whatever, they should then have at least sanctions or some kind of punishment on Israel for not participating. It's only fair. Why are they above the law? And it's a long story, but put it this way, Israel has a lot to do with many negative aspects of our overall society today. I'm not saying all people in Israel, a lot of people in Israel don't even understand what they're born into. A lot of people in Israel protest against this, and you won't hear about it. But we have to look at what Israel's doing in the long term, and they're basically causing a lot of instability. They are involved in 9/11, whether people want to believe it or not. They refuse to give us technology when we basically put them on the map and gave them weapons and enough. Excuse me, as Chicago, we can't say have emergency vehicles, but we gave them weapons, tanks, and everything to have their country in the first place when they committed genocide, and it was worse than the Holocaust. And no one ever talks about that. No one ever talks about anything Israel does. That's why I'm sick of it. And to be honest with you, if I was the president of the United States, I'd say, listen, Israel, what are you hiding? Huh? What are you hiding? I'd like to know myself, because I don't see them nuking Hamas or nuking, Lebanon, or nuking anyone at this point. So why would they reject an inspection? To me, that's like a red flag. I want to look more into this and figure out what the hell they're doing, because it reeks of something bad. We got the USA Today. Okay, USA Today story talking about, this is from 9/25, policy to allow undocumented immigrants in military. Okay, so now we have people that claim that the U.S. is really Mexico, and they're anti-American. They feel we stole their land, so we're going to let them in the army. How many times have you seen domestic terror documentaries or stuff on, stupid History Channel where it's like, oh, the neo-Nazis joined the army to train so they could fight the government? Well, why do you think these people are joining? La Raza, MS-13. You think they're joining because they love the fucking country so much? They haven't even been here. They're joining to learn military tactics that they're probably going to eventually use in gang warfare or against whoever they want. And again, that takes away the opportunity for other people who are citizens to join the military. So now they're taking military spots, which is technically like a job. They're taking jobs. It's getting ridiculous. We need to take care of our own first. There's people that have done this the right way, and then there's people that that have snuck in here. And the people have done it the right way. It's a long process, okay? And they're the most upset, and I feel bad for people that have gone the right way, because they're just rewarding anyone who wants to cross over our wide open borders with a bus ticket and luxury suites. And yeah, okay, I've seen some pictures, propaganda pictures of people shoved in the room, 20-foot room, like 100 people. But also I've seen people playing soccer on a better field than our high school that I coached at had. So then, like Joe Biggs said, by the way, Joe Biggs couldn't make it, is busy at the moment. We'll have him on again in the near future. But yeah, no, it's like Joe Biggs said, there's U.S. veterans down the block homeless. Why can't they go in the military base they served at? It's blowing my mind. And I do understand that we're basically not fulfilling how many people we have. We're not having as many kids, so we need some kind of replacement for that. But the truth of the matter is, we should have requirements and make them do it the legal way. You should have some kind of skill, some kind of trait, and you should then apply and pay and come to the country legally. Don't hop the fence, pay a drug cartel, make them richer for them to guide you, so then you could get a bus ticket on our taxpayer expense to whatever city you want and not have to go to court for 3 years. It's BS. My family came here from Germany and had to do it the legal way. And it takes a while. It's hard, but it's worth it. But apparently Obama is promoting the easy way out, just like everything else. Now, this is a crazy, crazy story. The government wants to charge you for taking pictures of nature. Yes, you heard me right. Taking pictures of nature. Yes, we know that they've declared certain areas national parks and the feds are grabbing more land than ever, but I think taking pictures of a tree should be free. And if you want to charge people for taking pictures of nature, I think you're out of your mind. Okay? Whoever pushed this law through has a couple screws loose because they got to realize the government doesn't own nature. God does. Okay? God does. And that's the bottom line. And what else can they own? I mean, soon they're going to start charging us for air. I swear, we're going to have to walk around like those people that smoke and are on those oxygen tanks or scuba diving gear with the oxygen in the back at all times, and then have to refill it at a government approved air station. I mean, my God, that's where we're coming to. So let's see. We have Sierra Leone quarantines over 1 million people for because of Ebola. Again, big news. We have a local story here from Chicago. That was Press TV. This is Chicago Police Chief iPhone, and is the phone of the choice for the pedophile. Yeah, that makes sense. So Ray Kurzweil. And I'm done with him, but I had that Alex Jones rap in my head. But yeah, no, honestly, like that's ridiculous. Yeah, so Chicago police, I'd like to open up the lines for you. 1-773-657-3341. Can you explain why I don't have an iPhone, so I'm glad I'm not on the pedophile list. But how do you justify that? What makes an iPhone different than any other phone is a clue to catching a pedophile? I mean, how did you come up with this? What is your study? I'd like to hear whose bright idea was that connected these dots, because to me, that's crazy. It really is. It's like saying, it's a Samsung TV is a direct sign of a pedophile. I mean, it's appalling. All right. Another big story here is the Red Cross, and this is from antiwar.com from September 26th. U.S. strike he basically goes on add to humanitarian crisis in Iraq and Syria. So when we bomb Iraq and Syria, it's we're coming in for humanitarian purposes. I don't know. When Japan taxed Pearl Harbor, it wasn't for humanitarian purposes. When Hitler invaded France, it wasn't humanitarian purposes. I mean, come on now. It's getting a little old here. And the Red Cross, like everything I've learned about them, they're just like, they're like in the middle of everything. They're like evil. They pose as this great group, but from what I heard from Sandy Frost and others in my own research, they're pretty evil, man. That Red Cross, I think the red stands for blood, and that's what they want. And this is a crazy story from the Activist Post. New brain tech reveals past thoughts. Like, what the hell? Like, I can't even remember a lot of my past thoughts. I wish I could. I really do, because I had some damn good inventions that I forgot about. But they're literally developing brain tech that could go back and collect your thoughts from years and years ago. Think about how scary that is. Think about how much dirt they could have on each and every single person with this technology. And when is it going to end? When is enough enough? When is enough enough? The fact that they want to just put this out there and just out in the open, like it's a great thing. What are you going to gain from this? Way to blackmail people? Oh no, to people it's all Alzheimer's. Well, why do you have death panels and you want to get rid of them? So it's not for that, okay? It's for probably military purposes, interrogation purposes, and things like that. So all this potential breakthrough technology is just a Trojan horse for something way worse. And I'm just shocked that they have the audacity to even experiment in trying to collect your past thoughts. It's appalling. It really is. And then we have the marketwatch.com story, and it's basically talking about how the U.S. market is sending worrisome signals of inflation. And we just talked about that earlier with John Reagan. And yeah, that's pretty much common sense. Like, we bought ourselves some time and inflated it, and it's like a bubble. It's going to burst at any time in the economy. And you heard John Reagan, who I respect and I trust his opinion, and the next depression is going to be far worse. And I'll tell you why. Because back when the Great Depression hit, most people were in farms. They had food they could grow on their own. They were self-sufficient. Now most people live like myself in big cities. If you could see behind me out here, all this, where are you going to plant any food? Where I'm lucky to have like a 20-foot backyard, and I have a little garden, not enough food to feed one person. So it would be a lot worse because there's really no one who's self-sufficient in the cities anymore, and that's where most of the population lives. So think about that. Sorry. And then we have another crazy story here about a celebrity, Rob Schneider. I actually have a lot of respect for. He came out warning about vaccines. And the truthstreammedia.com has an article, Vaccine Wars, the Censoring of Rob Schneider. I suggest you check out. He basically came out and said what he felt about it, and is now being blacklisted and punished like anyone else with high status saying the truth. And you know how many guests we've had on that all, might disagree on 80 agree the vaccines do more harm than good. So just think about that before you go to get your child vaccinated. Think about that before they offer you a shot. Think about that before you give someone a shot. Because remember, if they die, in my honest opinion, it's your fault, because you didn't read the insert. You didn't know what you're injecting in these people. So you have liability. Okay, another thing is Obama and England's Prime Minister Cameron are going to meet to discuss increased military action against ISIS, or probably on how to bomb empty buildings and make it look as if we are trying to destroy ISIS while we let them take Assad. That's my honest opinion. And that's what they're probably meeting about as we speak, how to make it seem like we're targeting ISIS, ISIL, and really just like, let's let them take care of Assad and then worry about them. How can we do that? That's probably what they met about. Now, we have another article from the dailysheeple.com, federal guidelines prevent disposal of Ebola waste. Are you kidding me? Like, who wrote this guideline and when? And to be honest with you, like, why? If you want to just throw it in the garbage, so the garbage man gets it, gives it to his kids, the kids can go to school and give it to the rest of the school, a teacher gets it, gives it to her husband goes to work, gives it to the workers. Come on now, people. Market Watch is the story I talked actually about, sending worrisome signs. And to actually back that up, if you look at the bubble in 2008, the housing bubble, and you compare it right now, the economy, it's almost like a perfect fit, which is scary, which means that, again, we're probably going to have another recession or, again, Great Depression coming up very soon. We have the modernfarmer.com from this month, the USDA buying submachine guns. Yes, the USDA. Unless they found it cuts meat better, I do not see why the USDA needs guns unless they figured out that they're under some kind of immediate threat. Are they trained to handle guns? I mean, are they trained to handle anything besides their job? And why do they need guns? Why can't you hire security guards? Why is it submachine guns? Why do this? I mean, I don't get that whole issue right there. And to be honest with you, I'd be pretty scared about that. Weather news, the California drought, there's some good news. There's rain in the forecast coming up for everyone out there, the farmers out there. Keep praying for you. I know it's your livelihood. Another story here out of Forbes is Russia's latest retaliation against the sanctions puts America, basically American multinationals in the crosshairs. So now people living in America with Russian descent are being punished for absolutely nothing. This is just a back and forth silly game of stupid slaps on the wrist and trying to, get this rich guy in Russia mad. Now he's trying to get the people, Putin's trying to get the Russian Americans pissed. And it's just this big circle of BS. Okay. We talked about the radar system, one of the most, advanced in the country, set on fire by an employee who was suicidal, slit his wrist, then apparently sat there to burn to death. That does not sound right to me. I think this could have been terrorism or sabotage. It's just being basically just shoved under the rug. If I were to kill myself, I would shoot myself in the head and then burn the place down, or I would burn it down and not slit my wrist and sit there. I mean, the fire will kill you. Probably breathing in the flames will kill you before anything does. So that really, to me, is sketchy. I don't have any more details on what the basic RT gave me more information than anything else. So other than that, all I know is that doesn't sound right. It's like shooting someone in the head and then trying to throw them off a cliff or something. Makes no sense. And also, I'd like to say that we have to win the war. In conclusion, we have to win this war, and it's really a war for reality. And winning it is being real, and being real is supporting this show. Being real is supporting, Koerri's show. Being real is supporting John Ragan buying his book. Being real is supporting everybody out there who's challenging the system. And instead of competing against other talk show hosts, instead of competing against InfoWars, or instead of competing against, any show, we try to, basically network and unite and come together and help each other out. And that's how we need to be in society. Because, if you support the real, support our guests, support the show, share the show, take clips out, play it, we're going to have impact. And like Koerri said, we got to start locally and then nationally. But here in Chicago, it's almost easier to go nationally than locally because of the lack of political activism. So everyone in small towns, you push it hard and get some legislation passed, make protests, make them take fluoride out of the water. Don't get your kids vaccinated 30 times before they go to their first day of school, and think about what you're doing. And all I could really say is the only way that we're really, really gonna do this is help each other, promote each other, share each other's work, study, double check, triple check, follow the money, follow your gut feeling and act on all of the above. I'd like to thank, Brother P. I'd like to thank Koerri Washington. I'd like to thank John Ragan. Unfortunately, K-Rino couldn't make it on, and Joe Biggs also couldn't make it on, but Joe will hear from in the near future. I hope we could still get K on. I'm not sure what happened with that. I'll reach out to him again. I'd love to hear from him. He's one of the guys I look up to as far as his willing to speak his mind. And I'd like to end this show by saying, thank you to the people out there who support, this show, this broadcast, Slam Internet Radio. I'd like to thank Danny, Mark. I can't say enough about Two Real News and Seth Davis, great writer. And soon I think we're going to start collaborating where that's the news page for the show, and basically team up and work together with as many people as we can. If we could start our own platform and get really big, and we could basically hire, people to write, people to go out on the street, people to go, like InfoWars, send people to Ferguson, things like that. And that's my goal. And it's nothing to do with financial, nothing like that. I mean, literally, I'm doing this because I have legitimate concerns about this country, and I see that there's not many people willing to stand up for what they believe in. And I'm willing to die, honestly, for the greater good of this society. If I have to sacrifice my life to ensure a better future, I would do it. And whether you believe that or not, I don't care. That's what's in my heart. And, I just, again, thank you to all the guests that came on. I'm working on sponsorships and advertisements. I think I have one company that I'm pretty sure I could get. If you're interested, email me at Pete Wichert, like P-E-T-E, with no spaces or anything, W-I-C-H-E-R-T. T is in Tom. Sometimes people mistake that for a D. And yeah, it's T. I don't know. It's probably how I talk. Got that Chicago accent, but the truth is stranger than fiction. I'm sorry for the, promising Roddy Piper and K-Rino this week and delivering neither, but that's part of what happens when you're in this business. There's some ups and some downs, and I'm going to fight on. I'm not going to lie and say I'm not a little disappointed because I wanted to hear from them and stuff, but if we could get them on another day, great. If not, then we don't. And the show goes on. But I do need your support, and please contact me at, Pete Wichert at att.net or slaminternetradio.com. You could go to Truth is Stranger Than Fiction. My email's up there. You could email any of us here at Slam, and I'll get the message. And, if you would like to donate to the show, again, email me. There's a fundraising campaign we got set up, but I'd actually prefer you email me first because I didn't set one of them up, so it's kind of weird. I don't know who did that. So basically, in order to end the show on a positive note, we just gotta keep our heads up, stay positive, pray, count our blessings, don't stress out on the little things, think critically, and keep fighting, keep networking. And I see a lot of positive signs. And this was the Truth is with Pete Wichert on Saturday, September 27th, 2014. And I guess I'll see you guys next month, and be sure to check the Facebook page. You could download our stuff on iTunes and support Slam Internet Radio, support Seth Davis at 2 Real News on Facebook, support our page on Facebook, support InfoWars, support all the real alternative media outlets, because we're the last hope for this country, okay? Us and the elected officials that actually work in the interest of us and not the interest of corporate, donations and lobbyists. And then I see a way. I see light at the end of the tunnel. We just have to unite and put our common, put our differences aside and unite on our common grounds and make this place a better world. Then we could figure out our problems with each other. But until then, let's fix the big issues first, like government oppression, and then worry about the little stuff. Okay. So thank you again for tuning in. And this was The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction with Pete Wichert, some podcast 34 or some lost count. But I'll see you next Thursday with Johnny B. Good, and we'll be back with the Truth Seeker social media questions and another great guest. And thank you once again, and I'll see you guys next week.
Truth is Stranger Than Fiction.